Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, February the 11th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Thank you. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Well, guys, first of all, when I got up this morning, cannabis plays were still extremely hot. And all of a sudden, from, about 8 o'clock on, look at these 15-minute candles. This is the ETF for the sector, and just have to look at, probably most of them are going to be following that. Look at Tilray. After hours, Tilray got up to $77. There is a $20 drop, $22 drop right now from the after hours high. Most of them, I believe, are probably looking exactly like that. They're CGC. I don't know if any specific news came out. All of a sudden pot is illegal everywhere in the world. But anyway, something happened. Everything was rolling along. Look at Sundial. Again, it's probably doing the same thing. Yep. So it's still up a huge amount, but did the sound stop? Okay. Hopefully we're good again. Are we good again? Okay. Yeah, I noticed my sound icon just went gray. Okay, just had to turn it on again. There we go. Now, guys, this is... Okay, I actually have this as a potential short play. Look at that. Chris in the room. You know who you are. Chris, look at that bottoming tail for ACIU. Look at that bottoming tail way down here. It'll be interesting. There are other things happening. Let's take a look. Again, ACIU, I'm sort of short biased right now based on that bottoming tail, but this is, again, something to do with Alzheimer's and Johnson & Johnson, J&J. Now remember, I'm not saying this is the same thing going to happen, but this is what got Sava rolling a few days ago. Let's see, is Mara still up there or is it pulling back? Okay, so a little bit of a pullback. Well, quite a, let's see, $40, $39, $37, so a couple of dollar pullback. Again, a lot of these Bitcoin stocks, Mara and Riot, were surging. They're almost looking like the cannabis plays though right now. RCMT, so you asked, did anybody know? It's an earnings play, pre-market. A little bit of action after hours and huge action right now for RCMT. Low float, all-time high, RCMT. It is an earnings play. Let's see if this is still up there. ZNGA, Zynga. Whoops. Where is it? Typing, Barry. There we go. So the reason I was kind of interested in this one, this is an earnings play, okay? After hours, released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction right there. There's the mauve on our charts. It's hanging in there. Look at the daily chart. Look at the monthly. Look at the weekly. This has room. Mavis. MVI, wow, what a sell-off in cannabis, guys. Mavis, what a move. Another huge move for it. It's been on about a multi-day run, had a rest yesterday, and look at the move again. It's pulling back somewhat, but it's still up 33%. Massive move after hours yesterday, all the way up to $22. Well, I don't know what do you think? What do you guys think? There's a big pullback in cannabis right now. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why this is happening exactly. So you just have to wait to see we finally get a base here, and then take a look at the cannabis plays. CRDF. All right, so this got as high as $14.47, so it's pulled back about $1. See if that had any, yeah, presenting phase 2 data, so obviously the data is positive, whatever they are presenting. You can see right here, CRDF, If it gets over 14 again, I mean, look where it spiked to in the pre-market. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert just around 1407. Why? Because if it does take that out again, look left and look at the room it's got. CGIX gapping down on a financing. Let's see if it's holding the financing price. It is. Financing is at $6.30, so it is holding the financing price. It's a big gap down of 20%, but at least it's holding the financing price. MNPR. I think this is a very, very low float. Yeah, 3.3 million in the float, and let's see, granted some patent, I think. That was the news that I could see. Gapping over that high right there. Is that right? 1160? Yes, so it's above that high right there. That's the same on the weekly. So this is, no real resistance for a while. As long as it holds up in this area. Now it has, it's pulled back quite a bit. I mean, it's got as high as 16 right down to 1181. So is this shortable? This is shortable for me. TPX. I guess people are getting really good sleeps these days, guys. TPX earnings play, Tempur Sealy, all-time high for this one. Look at the gap up. I mean, look at this gap. I mean, it's a big float, 200 million in the float, but this could be one of those that gaps all day long. It's holding its own. When I say gap, I mean it's not. It may not give up the gap, but this is you're looking for a potential swing trade. I mean, just see how it trades today. ANCN. I don't know if they did a financing. Yeah, this was, of course, a big flyer yesterday, all the way up to 10. Dropped 33% now. These guys did do a financing. PULM. Whoops. PULM. I know it's hard to concentrate on anything but RCMT right now. Excuse me. PULM did a financing right at $2. Man. This is the crazy one today, guys. Look at that, 200%. Why? 8.6 million in the float. Well, they were yesterday, Luke. Definitely they were yesterday, but, it's hard to believe that they're the cause of this whole bail. I mean, it's possible, but, the whole industry, the whole sector has just been hit. Remember, it was cruising along this morning. I mean, there was the high of Tilray last night, or after hours, at least what we have, $77. It was still up at one point at 74 this morning. What's an earnings play? Just a company that released earnings for me anyway, a company that released earnings after hours yesterday or pre-market. These are stocks that are typically, that's what I call an earnings play. These are stocks that will generally react to earnings, either negatively or positively, but should be active all day. EMKR. This is a nice gap up. The high yesterday, I guess, was around 650. That's wrong. The high, no, that's the high of the month, sorry. Well, we have an earnings play. Scan that I use. We also have an earnings channel. That scan is available from my homepage. If you just click on my Barry's homepage right there, and then click on the link. And then click on the scans, and there they are. Where are you? Earnings plays. There we go. Earnings up, earnings down, okay? Again, typically a company that releases earnings either after hours yesterday or this morning is going to be active. So there's Tempur-Pedic as an example. TPX released February. February's a tough month to pronounce. February 11th, so that's pre-market. And there's the reaction right there. Doesn't mean that the stock is going to keep ripping higher, okay? But we know it's in play. Typically, now Tempur-Pedic is a known name, but you know, you get a lot of these sort of lesser third tier names that they have their day during earnings. You know, they're usually kind of dormant until they release earnings, and either positive or negative, they have their day. Having their day meaning lots of volume. BLCM, yeah, it's always good to know maybe why a stock is moving. I mean, it's, excuse me. So here's BLCM, guys. BLCM, so it's through the 200-day moving average. Just a minute, please. So BLCM is through the 200-day moving average right as we speak anyway. And what's the high looking left on that weekly chart? So it's above that. So the next highs are about 665 and got almost to there in the pre-market, 652. And I don't see any specific news. I do have a scratch down CLSN for some reason. No, that's why. So see, look at that, 74%, 18 million have traded already, CLSN. Celsius Corporation issues a letter to stockholders. So whatever the guy said, because I see that news coming in at 8:30, and there was the start of the move. CLSN. I wish I just distracted. I should be in this short for ACIU. Yeah, there's a nice bottoming tail. I mean, right there, $31, almost, yeah, $31, the bottoming tail. Let's see if that holds, though. Talking about a bounce for the cannabis plays. All right, I'm going to quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Walter, okay, listen to me. Hopefully you can hear me. So control key press down on, first of all, left click on the chart that you want. So left click on it first. Control key press down on your keyboard. And then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out, okay? And now, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we have a few more upgrades and downgrades. I'll get some of them in. Looking to see if Goldman's got anybody. So we have an upgrade for Best. I did it. Bed Bath & Beyond. Piper Sandler a little active this morning. Some upgrades for PACB and UAA and UDR. So there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. And again, these are just analysts' opinions, okay? MNPR, guys, rippage, severe rippage. MNPR, wow. Every day there's usually 2 or 3. Okay, I see a couple of, they seem like second tier analysts, but Save, a couple of downgrades for Save Airline. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, I heard Sono. I didn't see the other one. GMNK was super active yesterday. I heard Sono ringing in my ear. Ah, it's an earnings play. That's why. So Sono is an earnings play. Yeah, the TPX is really interesting. I mean, it's gapped up on earnings, all-time high now. And good morning, Real. Well, so Mamush, you're asking me about SNDL. I mean, you just have to wait to see if the cannabis plays rebound. I mean, the whole sector, this has been a sector move, not an individual stock move. So look what happened with the sector. There's the ETF. Virtually all the cannabis plays look like this. You know, has a bottom been put in? I don't know. I don't know. But something happened here to drive virtually every cannabis play down. Oh man, this RKDA from yesterday. This was on my options play scanner, which I cannot wait to see what we're going to get today. Look at RKDA again. I don't know if that's just pure profit. I mean, that might be pure profit taking, but I mean, look, obviously a lot of these went up way too quickly, but who are we to say that that's too quick, of course. But I mean, that was just a massive sell-off. Give me one moment. That's okay. Just have to go to my homepage, okay? Go to my homepage, the link in the trading room right here, Barry's homepage, okay? Click on the link and find that scan section, and it's right there called Unusual Options Activity, something like that. But what I'm going to do is now load my layout for the market open now. MNPR guys, I mean, it's I'm not in anything, James. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not in right now. I'm not in anything. I have a swing. Well, I had a swing in APR. I'm a terrible swing trader. You know, I ended up taking this. Yeah, just a minute, please. I've just lost my sound. I know you guys can hear me, but my Bluetooth connection is gone. So just give me a second. Here we go. So again, I am not a great swing trader. You know, I ended up taking this again. I traded this one yesterday, APRE. I took it after hours yesterday, just under 8. I woke up to this. Unfortunately, I didn't wake up quite in time. I saw that 950, and I exited just under 9. So not in it anymore, but I'm not in anything right now. Yeah, I just have a tough time. I just have a tough time holding. I mean, it still looks fantastic. I mean, look at the gap. I may get back in it again if it gets over 9. So, I'll set my price alert there. I mean, one of the things is, I mean, look, the gap is awesome. You can't dispute that. But I don't, it's not in a hot sector. I mean, if this were a cannabis play or a crypto or something like that, it's just not in a hot sector. It's a pharma. They could come up with news, of course, but of course, their news that happened, I guess, in December 24th. Merry Christmas. And look at that gap down. And yeah, it's trying to recover. But I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not a hot sector. Right now, it's a lot easier to concentrate on stocks in the hot sectors, cannabis, crypto. And Rodax, you're right. It's hard not, for me anyway. I mean, I'm just a terrible swing trader. It's hard for me to not, if I get into something at 792 and I wish I'd been up just a little bit earlier, it's 4 o'clock my time, that's where I see that. It's just hard for me to, when I don't see any news about the stock, hard for me to hold on. Yeah, so it's a double, I guess, call it good news or whatever you want to call it. It is an earnings play for RCMT, so that also, that's helping to juice it. And I guess, but probably it's the news, but it is an earnings play. Well, briefing.com is it's a free service regarding the upgrades and downgrades. Other than that, I can't comment on it. I mean, I don't subscribe to it in terms of their pay site. The float, we have a 28 million float, and that's what our provider gives to us. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, market is going to open in about 15 seconds, a little less, 15 seconds from now. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, it's from the toolbar. Click on New, and then Channel Bar. And come on, and there's my watch list right there, my watch list, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud, all right? Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. Okay, sound, you guys can hear me? Want to make sure, do a sound check again. You guys can hear me? Okay, so and I'll be definitely waiting for my options moving higher with unusual options. We have the first halt of the day, probably first of many, especially for this one. MNPR just got halted all on the way down. And this doesn't look good on the open right now. It's stacking up to be, well, it's all over the place. RCMT, after the pullback, pre-market pullback, this is the market high now. Pre-market high is 1177. I'll stick a price alert there, see if it takes it out. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Epix just was halted also. Epix, EPIX, is this a cannabis play? No. Okay. A lot of these Canadian stocks that you see are, of course, cannabis plays, but this is not a cannabis play. Whoa, that's another huge gap down. Huge gap down, guys. I mean, something happened here. Can't tell me it's just all the Wall Street bet guys that got out of Tilray, and I mean, you can tell me that, but something happened here to the whole industry, whole sector. Look at Chris. Chris on the move here. CRIS on the move here. The high last week, or 2 weeks ago, was 1190, getting close. There's another one on the move, this NTEC. NTEC gapping up a little bit here. Again, it's pulled back quite a bit from the pre-market highs, NTEC. Quite a bit is an exaggeration. Look at this, 1061 all the way down to 758. Really tough to have any confidence about something like that, but it is trying to move. It's funny, I'm looking at a lot of the stocks that I follow, they're all down. Market is up though. So this might be a small cap sell-off. The market's not up. Market is not up much. And I know a lot of you guys following Naked, NAKD. Pre-market high was almost $2. NTEC is halted. You're absolutely right. NTEC is halted. Ooh, and this could be a good halt. I'm looking right now. It's stacking up to be 945 on the open. Right now, anyway. And what I'm talking about right there, this is a scan, a Trade Ideas scan showing you halts. Typically, these are, an OGI got halted on the way down, and SNDL halted on the way down. So this is a big sell-off for these high-flying cannabis plays. Another one, huge, halted on the way down. And typically these are volatility halts. Typically they are 5 minutes long. So you just check the halt time, add 5 minutes plus the seconds. So as an example, this will open at 9:39 plus 35 seconds. This meaning huge. Yeah, Mara, you know, there's a $10 swing here, guys, Mara. I mean, if you look at yesterday, you know, at one point yesterday, I remember this was, you know, I think at 40, and then it drops down to 30. It has come right back. Well, in fact, no, this is this is, I know there was a $10 swing. Now look at it, $40. I'm sure Riot is doing the same thing. So Bitcoin is obviously going crazy still. GBTC, I don't know what Bitcoin's at right now, but here is the ETF. Sorry guys, I forgot to put this in here. Here we go. All right, guys, OCGen, I set a price alert right there. It is now below the low of 3 days ago. All right, OCGN, of course, that was a crazy one 4 days ago, all the way up to 19. So the market is just sort of flattened out. And EPIX resumed, EPEX resumed, and not really trading. Huge spread, guys. It's untradeable right now. 28, 29.50. Thoughts on fuel cell? I don't know. I haven't seen the... So, I don't know what to say. I mean, you know, there's the low of yesterday, 25.29. You know, let's see if that holds. All right, there's the RCMT. Just took out that high, the pre-market high, with a flourish. Like too quickly for me to even try to get into it. Of course, it was halted. Oh man, seems like it's going to get halted again. But look at this, guys. I mean, look how whippy that is. 1261, right back down to 1147. There's a dollar move, and you got to be awfully careful, okay? I know it looks, and look at this. Now look at this candle. Why did these things happen? 8 million in the float. Very, very low float. That's the only way stocks can, you know, move 100, 200, 300% in a day. Have a very low float, and it's an earnings play, plus, I guess, more importantly, the news. Great reaction to this financing, guys, for CGIX. The financing's at $6.30. It has been shrugged off. Stock is almost $1 above the financing price. Boiler. Oh, I see. Boiler in the room. In our YouTube room. Look at, man, yeah, look at Mara right now. But my guess, I mean, these are the sort of ones, I mean, you cannot take too many shares, and they're going to be very whippy. You probably have $2, $3, $4 swings. I don't know if I'm going to be back. See, IJA, in terms of APRE, I don't know if you were listening to me. I mean, obviously we love the gap, but it's not in a sector. It's not, obviously it's not cannabis, it's not crypto. So unless it has some really specific news to it, you know, what's going to keep it moving? What's going to get investor interest other than seeing this gap? I get that. Same thing, Boiler. I'll give you the link to the room. Okay, I don't know what, I don't have, I mean, you can look that up. If you want to go to FinViz or something like that, I mean, but MRNA, I can only tell you what the float is. I don't know how many shares outstanding. 326 million are in the float, okay, for MRNA. I don't, there's the float information that we have. I mean, do you have trade ideas, James? If you have trade ideas, and I mean, it's a matter of just adding. If you're interested in things like that, just add, in the single stock window. And sorry, search and shares outstanding. Just add it, to your single stock window. Show the column, okay? If you have trade ideas. Oh, James, so that you're okay. That's the same James that was asking me that in the YouTube room. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this CURI, Curiosity Stream. It's a low float, and I've got an alert set over 20 again. This is the all-time high, I believe, right back here. This is an IPO, I guess, here. And so the all-time high is 2072. And so what did it get to today? Got up to 2050, challenged that all-time high before it pulled back. MNPR just, ooh. So guys, I mean, you're going to hear me say this all the time. If you get into one of these low float situations, I know it's exciting as all get out, but you have to be awfully careful. You cannot wander away from your computer. I mean, look how quickly that has gone down from 20 to 12, just like that. Okay, so I know it's exciting. Keep an eye on the CURI, guys. Or, maybe if it takes out this 2028 or something in that level. What alerts work in the pre-market? Pre-market highs and lows, as an example. Okay, guys, I'm waiting for my first moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing in it yet. Just waiting on it. So, James, this is what I use in the pre-market. Again, if you click on my home page in the trading room, click on the home page in the trading room, click on my link, you'll be brought here. This is the scan. These are the scans. So go to the scan section, and this is what I use in the pre-market: the gap up and down, pre-market up, pre-market down. These 4 scans, what I use in the pre-market, and of course I'm sharing them. The one thing that doesn't work in the pre-market, you cannot have the relative volume filter active in any of your scans in the pre-market if you want to see data in the pre-market. That will block all data coming in. It's a common reason people ask us, hey, how come I'm not getting any alerts in the pre-market? It's because you have your relative volume filter active. Yeah. I don't think the moving average crossovers work because I think it relies once the market opens, but I'm not 100% sure. Well, plus we don't have an alert for a moving average crossover. Okay, so any alert window? So the question is, hey, Boiler, welcome, old friend. So the alert windows, anything with an A, price alert windows, and if you have the AI, okay? So those are so basically the alert windows, your price alert, if you're using the price alerts right here, you can put sound alerts. So price alert window and your alert windows. You can put sound alerts. I'm fine. I'm fine. Cannot be, no, we don't have an alert based on news action, no. We have a news tab, where you can follow news all day long, but we don't have an alert. Guys, I'm just waiting for this first one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. This has been a real star. No guarantee it's going to be a star today, but I'm just biding my time. Okay, I mentioned Chris just a little while ago. Bit of a chase though. There's the high last month, 1356. And again, I'm somewhat fixated on this CURI, okay? What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not a good spread, but I am somewhat fixated on it. Okay, MNPR just resumed. Still looks like it wants to move down. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Triumph, TGI. We make more than motorcycles. So TGI, it's on the move, no specific reason. Another halt, OGI just resumed. Yeah, so I mean, Cannabis play, of course, did bounce off the lows, but got halted on the way up, but so, I mean, this is going to be very tricky today. The Cannabis play is going to be very, very tricky today. Right now, see, look at the chop. So direction still is, overall direction, of course, is down, but sort of this midterm, we don't know. All right, KXIN. Now look at KXIN. Now let's look left, and the high right there is 496. It's above that. The high right there is 525. High right there is 525. So you can see, actually that has to be higher. Sorry, the high right there is 495. So if it can take out, I'm sticking an alert right at 525 or 523 just to see if it gets close. Because you can see there's a high right there on this day. The same high is right here. If it can take that out, it has a shot to get up to this level. I mean, the high right there on that daily is 650. So that's all I'm going to wait for to see if it does it. And that's the KXIN. That's probably a glitch. It's hard for me to believe that happened. You mean it's probably a big bottoming tail? Yeah, I don't know though. I mean, Chris, you never know. We've seen this. We've seen these flash. What we sort of disregard. That can't be an outlier, but we've seen it happen many times. That it could be like a bit of a crystal ball. I'm not saying it's going to get down to $1. But you know what? I'm seeing several stocks that have that same big bottoming tail. I see Codex is the same thing. and this is not cannabis related. Okay, just one moment, please. Sorry, honey. My wife's alarm clock. Okay, guys. It's hard to believe that was a true trade down there, but it could be just the crystal ball at work. Yeah, Infi got halted on the way up. INFI, look at this in the pre-market. It got up to, wow, almost $10, $9.55 pre-market. Huge pullback. Again, hard to believe, but like if we flip the script about these bottoming tails that we sort of think are maybe, or there's a topping tail and maybe the bottoming tails are maybe just outliers, but maybe, just maybe, it's going to start to approach this level again. Yeah, so it didn't make my option filter because my minimum is 500%, and this is at 301%. Okay, that's why it didn't make my option filter. Shouldn't, unless you've changed it to something less than 500%. I mean, it's only 312%. Okay, so that's why. I mean, my filter here is 500. So you may have changed your filter then. The value. There is no way, algae. I mean, it's just a guide anyway. I mean, I'm not saying you should, adhere to it 100%. But I see what you're saying, but there is no way, no. The question was, we have a smart stop here. It's a line right there. And the question was, can we not display it as a price? And the answer is no. Well, you can't, unless I've done something crazy, you can't be using this one then. The moving higher with unusually strong options. So again, AGTC, let me just take a look. AGTC, I want to make sure this is working. Okay, guys, KXIN on the move. It's right at that 525 level. Right at the 525. So let me just see. I want to see here. I don't know. I mean, unless our data is really off, and it's possible. I only have 224 contracts for ACTG. Or wait a minute, AGTC. Always helps to put the right symbol in. Okay, the option volume is, yeah, well, it should, It should be appearing if it makes, now I think what happened is, it was underneath 500% here. Now it's over 580, now it's 589. The option volume is increasing. I won't see it unless it makes a new high. It'll have to take up, because again, the alert is a new high. So I'm going to stick an alert at 586 for it, because that is where it will trigger in this scan. Okay. You guys, if you're seeing these, you must have maybe made an adjustment. Maybe reduce that the option volume to 8%. There you go. So you did modify the filter. Okay. Of course, there's no reason why not to if you want to do that. Guys, KXIN. Mentioned, the plan over 525. If you take the trade, there it is, pre-market, or sorry, after hours, 550. So it's on the move. Yeah, I would forget about it, John. Regarding, it's Holly 2.0 is just sort of maybe a more aggressive version, and then Holly Neo is the most aggressive version. Personally, I don't really care. I just care about what alerts we get from them. Guys, KXIN. So if you heard what I said 525 was a key level for it to take out based on the daily chart. Two highs. The difference is it's 500%. I can tell you right now. You've obviously reduced the, the 500% of normal. That's the only way you're seeing anything, the ones that you're seeing. All right. Well, then 450. Okay. There's no right or wrong. But that would be the reason why then that AGTC showed up, because at 450%, it didn't hit 500 until a little bit later. All right, guys, so this Pack B from the AI, not bad so far. And this I noticed it had an upgrade, and this is now an all-time high, and it is an earnings play. Interesting, because there was zero, maybe we are wrong here, because there was zero reaction to earnings. There was after hours yesterday, and maybe this is just a reaction to earnings, delayed reaction, but also some upgrades. Okay, so a goddess, a trader. There's my homepage link, okay, and just find the scan section from my homepage. And then just look for the one that says moving higher with unusually strong options. Sugar, how could I miss it? Okay, now let's take a look at this one, because this just triggered for me, QUOT. It pulled back immediately. And what did it get to? 1368. The high right there is 1288. The high right there is... So it's got to really, if it can take this out again, then look left. It's got some room. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert at 1352. Again, when we get these alerts, it doesn't mean just pile into it. Get used to looking left to see where could resistance be. Where could it block? And it looks like that blocked it. And if it can take that out, which is around 1356, then look left, and it's got some room. It's got about $2 up to that level. So that's what I'm waiting for. See if it happens. It may not happen. Teva continues to be thumped below yesterday's low now. Well, it's just, this is a scan that looks at stocks that are having unusual option activity. It's not trading the options, Okay, that's what the scan does. We have some option filters that can help us find stocks that are having unusual option activity. How did TPX do? Yeah, so it faded. Thought maybe this might hold, but nope. I would have liked to have been paying more attention to this. Great short, TPX. Sono, another earnings play. You're asking about Sono. Probably, I'll bet you this is very choppy. Very choppy. You look at the 15-minute chart. Big topping tail there, big bottoming tail there. Next one, big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Trying to really decide our direction. All right. So things have slowed down just a little bit here. So let's take a look at what happened from my watch list. Yeah, this market is, well, it looks like we're a little bit of a fade mode right now. I'm seeing a lot more chop today than I saw yesterday. So again, just what I would do is just stick an alert for QUOT up around 1350 or so. See if it takes it back, and then if it can, it might try to fill in this void here. And TGI, Triumph is still on the move. TGI. So again, look left. What do you see? 1640. So it's about $1 away from these highs right there. If TGI can break out of here, I mean, look left. Look at the room it's got for TGI. So okay, XIN, that's what I'm saying. Pretty choppy day. I mean, I had a nice run and then a pretty severe pullback. So I'm going to reset my alert, 526. See if it takes it out later on. Sounds like, is that a pink sheet stock? Probably not too many in the room. But let's just take a look. It is a pink sheet stock. Is it a cannabis play? Yeah, it's a cannabis play. All right, there's the AGTC. Right back up. Yeah, so the new high is not going to do it, Harold. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but the new high alert is based on new highs. So you're not going to get a dip alert. You can try this. Let me just see if I can find that top list. So the question was, how do I get a dip alert on stocks? You can't adjust this because this is always just going to keep giving you new highs for the day. All right, so you're not going to see dips in here ever. Okay, for the AGTC, I know it's in the options, but I see some resistance maybe, pretty close, but it may move. It may move. Let me just try to find that for you, though. Just give me a moment here. What is it called? It's called pullbacks on winners, something like that. There we go, pullbacks winners. You can take a look at this. These are stocks that have pulled back. Say, whoops. Pull back, but they're still up. All right. So you can see, so it is still I mean, it's a big winner in terms of, the percentage up, but it's pulling back. So that's what this scan will alert you to. Mesa, guys, we were talking about Mesa yesterday. And it had to take out a certain level. So it's above yesterday's high, guys. It is above yesterday's high. Ah, right. We were looking if it could take this out right here. It looks like it's trying to. This is pretty interesting now, Mesa. Warrants, we do have, but I don't know if it's an extensive list. Symbol list, let me just see. You can try this. Where are you? Mesa guy, there's warrants, okay? So, okay, if you right click on your window, configure symbol lists, okay? Add existing lists and go scroll all the way to the bottom here. Okay? And you see there's something called warrants. When you click on it, it'll move over, and then all you have to do, then you'll check it and exclude the following lists and check it. And then it should exclude most of the warrants, okay? Well, guys, AGTC, I guess it's a winner. There it is, AGTC 586. 631 right now. Now, will it hold? I don't know. Now, coming into what I consider it could be the resistance area. 651 on the weekly chart. There is a high over here and kind of here, so that could be the block. If not, it's going to keep going. Now, it looks like it's blocked it so far. And I'm not giving up on the QUOT for later on in the day. Well, I could do it, JB, but I'll get more probably. I'm just looking for the really astonishing ones, okay? You're right, you'll get them earlier, but you might get other ones that I don't want to see. It's completely up to you. There's no right or wrong. I mean, look at yesterday. I mean, we had just some fantastic ones yesterday. We had a lot. And so it's always that fine tuning, you can reduce filter values, and you do that and you'll introduce more, of course, but maybe you'll get a lot that you don't want to see and get distracted. Triumph just wants to keep moving, guys. TGI just wants to keep moving. Again, the high. Looking left is 1640, so this is approaching that. So about $1 to go. Yeah, I mean Mesa. I mean, you guys, well, there it is, 322%, so it's 3 times normal, 3.2 times normal for Mesa, but it's not going to show up. Again, guys, it's up to you, all right? I just choose to really restrict the number of alerts I get, but it's completely up to you if you want to make a change to that, to the filter value. Boy, Mesa is, it's on an all-time high. I don't know where the all-time high is. I guess well, over here. Just have to look left on that monthly chart. So it could be way up here. Well, this is going to drive me crazy. I did not take the AGTC to, I did not take it, so it's tacked on. However, I'm always surprised when these cheaper ones it'll actually trade options. Wow. Well, congrats to those who didn't listen to me. 586, 664 now for AGTC. I was just a little concerned about some of that resistance, but it didn't matter in this particular case. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, Tiva was on the way down yesterday. Also, it just continues down. I have no idea. I don't know what the news was yesterday that caused it to drop. All right, that's interesting, JB. All right, now Mesa is triggering. All right, now we're getting some action, guys. Okay, guys, I can't tell you to take trades. I'm just, now you see the levels. There's Mesa, there's Infi. Okay, I'm kind of watching that DNN. Pretty cheap. There's not really a lot of resistance though, DNN, but it's a cheap one. I don't usually take these ones from that options play, but I mean, it's a massive pop. This could be easily a continuation tomorrow. Now that as long as it stays over $1. Take a look on the monthly chart. What do we have? So we have to go, we've got to go way back. Denison Mines. If you're Canadian, you've heard of Denison Mines. This is way back here in 2014. So this could get really interesting as a multi-day continuation. I don't care about this resistance back here. 6 years ago, who cares? Ah, welcome. What time is it? 10:15. Okay, I'm usually. You know, guys, I mean, this DNN, I mean, boy, if it holds over a dollar, keeps in this area, this could be, again, a multi-day. See, okay, so I see there is news. Denison Mines launches a 25 million bought deal offering at 91 cents a share. So it's way above that offering. Another halt, guys. We had a resumption for, man, look at this. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, can't emphasize it more. I mean, that's been cut in half from the highs, MNPR. And it's a 3 million float. I mean, that's why these things can happen. And this one just got halted, AEI. It resumed and then it just immediately got halted on the way down, AEI. Yeah, I see that's a dating service, isn't it? BMBL. BMBL is a dating service. So it hasn't opened yet. So if you're interested, in knowing when it opens, just put the symbol up on our chart, create a price alert, put like $1 or something. I mean, it's obviously going to open way over $1. And so when this opens, you'll get a price alert on it. I think it is a female-centric dating service. I just read about it this morning in my briefs, not in my briefs, but from my briefs. Well, you don't have. Just put this out. Just put the alert on, Joe. All right, that's all you have to do. Just load the symbol, and then have our price alerts window. See, this is all I've done. So there it is. Okay. When this opens, I minimize my price alerts window. When this opens, the price alerts window is going to pop on on my screen. I'm going to see it right at the top because this is how I've sorted it. The latest one to trigger will be right at the top. I put a sound alert on it, so you won't miss it. Well, yeah, it would be nice, I guess, but typically, we say around 10:30, but there was no hard and fast rule. Okay, Doyu, Doyu. Another one. Let's see. Wow, what a run this has had. This, 50, 60% from the lows back here. TMI. I guess that must be an acronym. Well, my scan library is here. So Boiler, just take a look at the Barry's homepage. Click on Barry's homepage in the trading room. When you click on it, you'll be brought to, you know what, I'm going to just click on it, spin it here. Give me a moment here. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, so find the tab that says Barry's homepage, click on it, and you'll be brought to my homepage. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, here they all are. Well, this SIFI is on the move, guys. SIFI on the move. SIFY. Now, it's not making the cut in my options plays. Ah, son of a... guys, I missed out on this Curie. I know it. I had my price alert. I got distracted, and it is now showing up in the options place. Now, it can be a little bit spready, but this could be one of those ones where it could be a swing. Also, 2072 is the high, the absolute high right there. Sugar, sugar, sugar. No, I went through it. I had alerted to it. I had an alert on it here. I think it was right there, a price alert, before it hit the option scanner. And I was just doing something else. I think I was explaining something, so I missed it. All right, so Boiler, can you see the screen? It says Barry's homepage. Barry's homepage right there. Okay. One of the tabs right beside subscriptions, it says Barry's homepage. Well, at least Denison's working for me. DNN. DNN. Boiler, why can't you see the tab? You're in off topic. It's right there. Right there, Barry's homepage in the trading room. Maybe you have to expand it or something. All right, guys, it's 10:24, so I think I'll start my little welcome. If you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. I'm just watching a couple of charts here, guys. So I am sharing... Well, first of all, I want to introduce you to my homepage, and I put that link into the YouTube feed also. Okay, and then in the room here, guys, right there where it says Barry's homepage, Barry's homepage. I do this because, otherwise I'd be putting links in all day long, okay? And it'd be very tedious. So I'm just trying to get you guys to realize there's my homepage. And when you click on it, here is the link. And it'll say lots of information on my homepage. including how to take out a subscription. There's BLCM on the move. So if you click on the, first of all, there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, and this is how much Trade Ideas is. Oops. Barry. Here we go. Click on it again. Okay, so we have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard on an annual basis. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but the major reason people want to have access to our premium service is because they do want to see what the AI is all about. Just to give you a little glimpse, I'm going to go over it a little bit more. What happens is you just wait for the alerts to happen, and here they are. There's an entry, there's a stop. You manage the trades as you see fit, okay? And I'm going to go over it in more detail a little bit later. You don't have to take on an annual plan. You can always go monthly. Monthly is $118 or $228, less the 15%. And please listen to me carefully. The discount's only good for the first month. Okay? After that, you'll go to $118 and $228. So those are our plans. More information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, sort of a trading room recap. I usually start it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for them all right here. All the scans is probably the most popular link I've got here. All the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? Just to let you know, and this is the one I really love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market, actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. You can pick and choose what you might like to see. A lot of education here. I want to put this link in on its own. Just a minute here, I just want to put in the links. All right, so the 20, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you know, I'm almost going to demand, before you ask me any basic questions, you take a look at these 20 short lessons. And when you do that, it's got all of the basic features of Trade Ideas explained. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. Okay, I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. It was just kind of cute marketing, but you know, it will not take you that long. It's all text-based. All right, so I would absolutely, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at this. All the basic features easily explained. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also look at it just to see what we have to offer. Daily support session. So there is a YouTube room that I also monitor while I'm monitoring the main trading room. And I take a break at noon. And so one of the other traders, today it will be Jamie. He'll be in the room when I take a break from 12 to 1. So you can always head on over there. Before I take my break, I will put the link. Give me a moment, please. Okay, here's the free trading room. Of course, you're in it. The daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. All archived. More educational videos and some trading books that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage. There is the link from within the trading room. There is the tab that you click on my homepage. Okay? Give me a moment here. Just want to size this window. Okay, so interfaith. I mean, so the question was, how do I see the AI alerts today? If you click on from the toolbar, just click on New. From the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? When you do that, you know, if you load trade ideas before 9:30 Eastern Time, this window will be blank. As the day progresses, it'll start to fill up. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop. Manage the trade as you see fit. Okay? You're not going to see them ahead of time. You have to wait for the alerts. Okay? So again, from the toolbar, I wouldn't do it from the channel bar. I mean, if you look at the channel bar, we have the Omni AI, which is a combination of all three of these. Okay, but to me, that's not the way to do it. Click from the toolbar, click on that window, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. You'll get them all in this window at once. Plus, you can incorporate this is part of your layout, so you can have a layout incorporating this window, so you don't have to do it every day. Okay? It's preloaded preloaded, yes. I mean, I'm sharing it. So click on the Barry's home page. Okay? Click on that tab within the trading room. And when you do that, then you're going to see my scans right there. Click here and you see all the scans, including that moving higher with unusual option scan. So let me just tell, if you're brand new into this room and you don't have trade ideas, even if you're brand new, but if you don't have trade ideas, let me just explain what trade ideas is. We're a scanner, first and foremost. You can set up your own scans. This is what I've done. I set up a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. Very simple scan. I've got a price range that I like to see. Current volume of 4, what that means is it's trading at least 4 times normal. My minimum volume of shares, etc. So these are the filters I've put in. And if a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert in this window. So yes, I'm sharing this window, but of course, if you wanted to make a change to it, maybe you wanted a different price range. No, interfaith. No, AI doesn't work like it's like AI is just, imagine this were an AI scan. Ahead of time, we have no idea what symbols are going to show. Okay, we have no idea. The filters have to be met, or what alerts we're going to get. So all we can do is wait for the alerts to happen. No, it's not in the room drive. Click on Barry's home page right here. Barry's home page. Okay? That link there, the tab called Barry's home page. And then click on the link, and there is where you'll find my scans. Okay? Yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes people can't see these tabs. I'm not sure why, but I'm displaying them right here. You're in the trading room. You're obviously in off topic, and here are the tabs. One called Barry's home pages, where all the information is, including the scans. Okay, so that's what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. It doesn't matter what broker you have. All right, that's the question we get all the time. I have this broker. Can I use Trade Ideas? Can I have any broker in the world? We're a scanner first and foremost. We generate ideas. we went a different route, in that we don't force you to learn a programming language to create the scans. So if you right-click on an alert window and you click on search, these are all of the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them, of course, but we have lots and lots of alerts. New highs, pre-market lows, all sorts of alerts, okay? And then when you see these icons, these are the filters. So we've created, hopefully, enough alerts and filters so that with the right combination, you can kind of create what you want to see. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. So that's how these scans right here, that's how they were created. Count is just the number of new highs it's made, okay? That is the count. Are you talking about number of alerts, the count? Yeah, that is just, the count is just, the number of new highs. Give me a moment here. All right, so that is what Trade Ideas is, all right? So we're a scanner first and foremost. Doesn't matter what broker you have, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, we do happen to have what we call an external linking tool. And all this does, it's a time saver. What it means is that when I click on an alert within Trade Ideas, if you've established the link with your broker, then instead of you having to type, say, AMKR into your order entry, it'll appear in your order entry, and then from within your brokerage platform, you trade the stock if you want to. I have no idea if it's written in Python. I have no idea. Okay? You can't create your own custom stands. So, I mean, we have a page where you can massage the data points, but you cannot create your own custom scans, no. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I just got out. I took some profit on the DNN, okay, and I want to see if I want to get back into it later on. So that is what linking does. It is a time saver, okay? You don't have to do it if you don't want to. If you want to type the symbols into your brokerage account, obviously you can do that. It's just a time saver. So I want to emphasize that. If your broker, if we cannot connect to your broker for some reason, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You just have to type the symbol in. Now, I do want to go over the AI right now, and then I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus right after that. So this is what our AI is all about. We have 50 baseline strategies. And when the market closes today, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night. Once the market closed, these are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut. I don't really give a rip about what strategies made the cut. All I care is show me the alerts from those strategies. So that's what I was explaining before. You click from the toolbar, you click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will pop up. So you can see, for instance, Riot, the alert was at 43.11. It's right now at 45.41. It's up 5%, okay, as an example, okay? You manage the trades. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the entry price, and here is your stop. So you manage the trades as you see fit. Can't emphasize that more. There was no video on how to use it, all right? It's a everybody can be used in many different ways. I use it more like a watch list. I have a sort of a specific price range that I like to trade. It doesn't have to be your price range. And, and based on, of course, moderating a room, I cannot devote attention to it 100% of the time. But if you have the premium service, you know, I mean, this is a great watch list for the day. Sometimes, you know, a stock, like take a look at Riot. Okay, it's on the, what if it dipped down here and then started to move back up again if you're a dip player? So it could give you another entry as an example. So there are no videos on how to use it. My only suggestion is that how to see it is File, New, from the toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's my recommendation, how to see the trades. Now I want to talk about this window called Brokerage Plus. Again, this is only available if you have the web-based, if you have the app, not available in the web-based version. And you'll see right there, there's the option right here, up here, Brokerage Plus. You see it says live and it says sim. Why does it say live? Well, if you happen to have right now an Interactive Brokers account, I'm going to put this video or the link to this video in. Okay, where it says B plus connections. Okay, now we jumped the gun a little bit. We thought we'd have TD Ameritrade and E-Trade up and running right now. Please do not ask me when that's going to happen. I don't know. But so right now, you can use this window right here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account if you have one. And you would just click on live. You'll connect to your IB account, watch that video, and it'll show you exactly how to do it. And a lot of, you know, not just that, it'll show you, like for instance, why would you even want to use this? And I mean, why wouldn't I just want to trade from within my IB account? Well, you can do some interesting things. So let's just say I look at AMKR. I look at it and go, yeah, I want to trade it. Look at the chart and I say, yes, I want to trade it. I can go back, right click, hover over that trade, and notice I've got these buying and shorting options. Okay, let me just click on the sim. You'll see, here we go. These buying and shorting options that I have created, how did I create them? Watch the video. So now we're in sort of what we call one-click trading. You just pick how you want to trade it. So that's one reason, you know, this is a, you know, it's a nice looking window. It's a lot better looking than from with IB, but you don't have to use it. This is not mandatory. You don't get the idea that you have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. It's just an option. We have some hotkeys here. Flatten gets out of your position. Half gets out of half, and double. Okay, these are some hotkeys. Now, see, whippy day, guys. Look at this. I mean, yeah, the Curie got up to 21.20 and it dropped $1. I mean, it was a great alert on it, but it's kind of a very, very whippy day. Now, here is the other major reason to have Brokerage Plus and to have our standard service. If you're new to trading, and I'm sorry guys, I know people have been in the room forever. Probably get tired of my saying this, but this is why this is a free room. You have to listen to me do this for about 20 minutes. If you are new to trading, practice trading before you commit money to the market. We've got a great simulator here, and it's available in our standard service. Do not trade your real money until you have practiced trading. Really simple to use. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have. You don't even need a broker. You know, if you want to practice with, you know, even signing up with a broker, it's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter. So if you see, you see what happens? I click on an alert and the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. I can, if I want to short it, I sell. If I want to go long, I buy. Very simple to use. Now, I always like to demonstrate how you can use this for a pullback. A lot of people like to play pullback trades. So I just want to show you how you can do something like that. And then we'll take a real trade, a simulated trade. So let's just say you look at AMKR and you say, yeah, I'd like to get this one, but only if it pulls back to say 21.44, you know, right here. So you pick how many shares you want to get in at. Let's pick, I'll just go 300. I'm going to put 21.44 in both boxes. I'm going to click on the buy button. And notice nice big blue line shows up on the chart. So if AMKR gets down to 21.44, it'll take the trade. Now, I don't have to take the trade. If I want, I just have to go to the orders and I can cancel the order, okay, if I don't want to take it. I don't like the way it's trading. So that's how you can play a pullback. I know a lot of people like to play pullbacks. You could have also done the same thing above the price. Maybe you thought, what, if it takes out the highs right there, I'd like to take the trade. So let's say at 21.86, you would have done the same thing. You would have just put those two prices in here, and that would have been it. So again, you see how simple that was. Yeah, a link to the video. Let's see if it's the same one. There was really something weird happening. Yeah. Okay, let me get the link. BLCM has been, wow, one big wow, guys. It's not an options play, but okay, so there's the video, the B plus connection video, okay? And that shows you all, including the simulator, but all the things that you can also, how to set up, your own, what we call one-click buying or shorting options, okay? So watch that video. It's about 25 minutes long. Well worth it. Now, let's take a trade. Okay. Let's say I wanted to take this Curie right here, right at 20.32. What's the spread? It's not terrible. So I just want to show you how you do it. Let's take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay. Spread is not terrible. So there it is. So it took the trade right there, 20.25. All right. Now, stops. I'm going to put a stop at 20.05, just above 20, okay? I want to make this math easy. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. When you get into a trade, you have to know if the trade is not going to work, where you are going to get out of the trade, okay? So the concept of putting a stop is so critical if you are new to trading and you're not familiar with this concept, because listen, not every trade is going to work. What? Give me a moment here. There we go. So see, I added a stop right there, 20 cents away from my entry. And if I allow this to work automatically, it'll take me out for a $39 loss, okay? So again, get used to the concept that when you get into a trade, there has to be a price where you're going to get out, where you have to say to yourself, you know what, it's just not working. And where that price where you're going to get out, there is where chart reading experience and other aspects come into play. All right, because you're going to say, well, how do I know where to stop? Well, again, when you get used to trading a little bit more, you'll start to see areas on the chart where you can see, well, that looks like a support area, maybe an area of consolidation, where if it broke down through that area, you should be out of the trade and you just move on. You don't get stubborn, think, well, it's got to work. I love the setup. Everybody's telling me it's going to go higher. You get out of the trade with a manageable loss. And that's the key thing, manageable loss. When you get into a trade, you should be thinking also not only of where you're going to get out, but how much are you willing to risk on the trade. So if you had, say, a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Let's just say you could risk $100 based on your account size. So in this particular case, getting in at 2025 with a stop at 2005, that's 20 cents away, and I only put that stop there to make this math kind of easy. So a 20-cent stop, if you were willing to risk $100 on the trade, you could buy 500 shares. 20 cents into $100 equals 500, or 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So if the trade works against you, what you're trying to do is minimize, okay, the loss that you're going to take, and then you just move on. So this is why it's very important, because you might start off with all the best intentions in the world after listening to me, yes, I get the concept, I'm going to stop in and I'm going to risk $100. But, we're human beings, and we start to second guess ourselves, and we start to think, that stop, I think this trade has to work. Everything I've read about it, people talking about it. Obviously, as it starts approaching your stop, you think, man, I put my stop too tight. So you do this and you move your stop down. So I'm not saying you'd move it down to 1911, but let's just say you kept moving it down as the price approaches your stop. So that $100 that you were planning as a maximum to lose now starts turning into 150, 200, 300, 400 because you're obstinate. Okay? You've allowed your ego to get in the way of trading. You cannot believe that you've taken a wrong trade. Listen, the setup could be perfect. Not every setup that's perfect is going to work. So if that is you and that is everybody at one time, and hopefully you can, not have that habit after practicing trading. So, but if that is you, then leave the stop in here and let emotions take the emotions completely out of the trade, and it'll take you out of the trade automatically. That's it. Wash your hands with it and move on. Listen, the trade could set up again later on. Okay? It might have been just a little bit early. That's all. But that's something, if you want to last in this, if you want to last in trading, you have to have money management. It has, yes, this one, the basic new highs, or the repeating, sorry. Are you talking my watch list? I think it has a voice alert. But this is from my channel bar, of course. Just a minute, please. Watching this quote, Q-U-O-T. Still hanging around that 350 mark. Well, I don't think I have voice alerts. I don't have voice alerts on this watch list repeating. My voice alerts are in here. I don't. This is just a. I think it's an applause that I have on here. Yeah, so here's another question we get a lot. Listen, people really, really want to auto trade the AI, and I get it. We'd love to call it the magic money machine. That all you have to do is auto trade the AI every day and count your money at the end of the day. Unfortunately, it just will not work that way. Okay, we talk about how when you get an alert, if you want to auto trade the entry you know, there's a case to be made, maybe. And then manage the exits on your own. You will maximize your AI returns a lot more. But if you are bound and determined that you want to auto trade the AI, well, first of all, you can do it in the simulator, and that'll show you how it works, how well it works, or how bad it works, or you know, if it works, if it's working to, you know, up to your expectations. So all you have to do, and you have to have a premium service for this, is click on the Holly AI, the tab, and then turn all the strategies on. Okay? Enable 13 selected strategies. Now they're on. Now you're in auto trade mode and it'll take the trades. Okay? And you have to do that every day. You know, we don't allow it to happen because you have to. If you're going to auto trade, you better darn well know that you're auto trading. So we force you to turn them on every day. Okay? Now I'm going to turn them off. I do not auto trade. Okay, so did you get that bat lights? Just go to the tab, Holly, and turn them on. Right, highlight them all, or pick the ones you want. If you only want to go long, you know, just enable the longs. You know, select the longs. You want to go short, so you have, or just pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, was that, did you get that? Do I have to go over it again? Which I'll do. I really want to emphasize that though, because I mean, people want to hop into auto trading the AI or even their own strategy. I mean, you can auto trade your own strategy. You can create something, but before you would do that, you can use our simulator to see how well it works. You know, for auto trading anything, you know, the AI or your own strategy, you do need our premium service. Okay, so, okay, Darrett stock. So have this window up and running and click on Holly, the Holly tab, and then just turn them on. Highlight them all or pick and choose whatever strategies you want. Highlight them all and then right click and enable 12 selected strategies. Now they're all on. Now you're in auto mode. So it'll, you know, if an alert happened, it would take the trade. And how you manage the trade afterwards, I mean, if you, and this is why you should watch the video, okay, because it talks about the you know, the trading instructions and all of that. Okay, well, again, it's pretty simple. You know, you have to have this, you know, from Brokerage Plus. You have to, if you don't see the Holly tab, then, you know, go to Windows. Go to New and click on the Holly tab so you see it. Then it's just simply turning them on. Now they're all on right now. I've highlighted it. All you do is highlight. I'm going to disable them. Now they're all off. I highlight them. And I turn them on. Enable. Okay? And again, I do not auto trade. Where I got laser from, I don't know if I got laser. Okay, so bat lights, is that clear? So when you say, oh, I'm sorry, you're asking real. I'm sorry, I thought you were asking myself. All right, guys, so let me take a look at some of these alerts. I think AMKR, I believe it is going to be added to one of the S&Ps. I think. I think that is what's happening with this one, with AMKR. Guys, this one is really interesting. I mean, it's an all-time high now for AMKR. It's right at that whole number. Yeah, a little, almost a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. Okay, QTT, I know it showed up. Let's look left. Jeez. It's got a little bit of stuff around 578 maybe, you know? It's because, well, the IPO price is just getting adjusted and adjusted, Joe. Okay, I mean, there was a my guess is that the suggested IPO price was way below that, but you know, there's a lot of demand, so it's just showing what could happen once the market opens. I believe they're talking the song or the group. I believe they're talking AC/DC, the group. Okay. All right. Well, we have a happy four-legged customer here. Oh, is it really? Okay. Okay. I didn't know that. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:04. Okay, so I'm just trying to. I've missed the boat on my SOS. Missed the boat completely. I mean, look at the alert right there. 551, 593. I mean, that's just a great percentage move. I'm kind of waiting on the QTT to see, you know, what it does here. You know, I'm just a little more conservative. Meanwhile, DOIU is ripping higher here. And again, it's not going to show up in the option. It's 262%, not 500%. So that's why it's not going to show up. Maybe later, but No, I'm out of it. Yeah, I'm out of DNN. Made a little bit of money, but not much. I was hoping for a. Like I'll be watching this one tomorrow to see if it holds. If it holds, it's over $1, because obviously it's got just a tremendous amount of room. Ah, sorry guys, I'm very upset for not being in the SOS. Very upset. I mean, it's a classic. There's no resistance. You know that is the one that I absolutely you have to zero in on that. There's no resistance. Yeah, what an alert! 551, 643 right now without any sort of a pullback. So they're not all. I mean, all these alerts. I sort of use the phrase: not all alerts are created equal. Okay, I mean this was an absolute must to be in because there was no resistance, and it's halted. Sugar, that's mild, and definitely very mild. Oh well. Yeah, so Edgardo, all you have to do is I'm just going to drop my link into the room, and just go to my homepage. No, I can't let that one go. I'll let it go. So just click on my homepage link, and when you do that, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see, and one of the tabs here, the click here, are my scans, and the scan you're looking for is this one, moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? That's what you're looking for. Okay? That's somebody in our YouTube room. Well, no, I'm just saying there's no chart resistance. I mean, obviously the resistance can come in another form. Obviously profit taking. Some people look at fib levels. When I say no resistance, I'm just looking at. It's nothing to do with profit targets. I'm just looking left, and it's an all-time high. So when I talk about no resistance, I'm talking about chart resistance all the time. Okay, no other. I'm not taking anything else into effect, or any other aspect of potential resistance, meaning a parabolic move. I mean, at some point, we're going to get some profit taking. Okay? So, did that make sense, Harold? Well, you have within trade ideas, you have volume, of course. You have, I mean, that's one of the standard filters, if I'm understanding your question. I mean, you can take any one of, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. You can take any one of the scans that I'm sharing and adjust it to your style of trading. My basic new highs and lows, as an example, this is the price range that I like to see, 1 and 20. You don't have to do that. If you want to put, if you'd rather put between 10 and 60, or 100 to 1,000, I mean, of course you can adjust anything. This is just what I like to see. If you want to put a different minimum volume or lower it or increase it, all right, you can do it. This is what I call, this is a template that I like, but that's what it is. You can make adjustments if you want to. Okay, guys, I know you're asking Real some questions here, and Real is very graciously devoting time to answer some of the questions. But remember, he's trading, okay? So, I mean, I'm not trying to answer for him or anything like that, but he is trading, and he'll, do his best to help. But remember, he is trading. And he doesn't work for Trade Ideas. He helps me out immensely. Times when I'm maybe off, and monitoring and making sure we don't have any crazy posts and things like that. And of course helping, but he's not paid to do this, okay? And I see SOS just opened. And so there it goes, guys. So it opened. It had a brief little pop. It took out the high and then it dropped. So I've not seen it, other than the SOS, I've not seen extreme follow through. I mean, look at I almost got into this QUOT, just choppy, QUOT. I almost got into it, but it's just a little too choppy. Look at these topping tails. I mean, this is almost turning into a short. The AGTC was, an awesome quick trade. I'm just looking at the things from my the DNN. It was okay for a bit. I made a little bit. 113. It got up to 127. That's a nice percentage move, but I wanted it to kind of hold. Mesa was just really choppy. Infi, I don't know what Infi did. 568. Yeah, well, it got up to 6, but again, pretty quick though. I'm looking for something. I like to see a little more of a trend. I mean, this could keep this. I mean, this is choppy also, but at least it's holding here. So we get a pop. There was the alert at 2055, so it's just a little bit below that alert. I mean, it did get up to 2120. This is an interesting one to me. I might even swing this one. 2185 on the alert, and this is I believe with one of the other traders at Trade Ideas. I think they told me that this is being added to the to one of those S&Ps. I think. Then, of course, thou shalt not speak of the SOS 551. My goodness. I mean, $1 move from a $6 stock. And this one, yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it take at 578. I mean, it's 578. If it can take out 578, and then it might be a challenge to get through 6, but at least then the next high is way up here. It just looks like it's stalling in this area on that weekly chart. Yeah, this is not KXIN. I mean, I'll stick my alert here again. Maybe it happens later on in the day. I'll reset my alert. I think it was 525 or yeah. I'll put 527. Maybe it happens later on in the day. I mean, this is still something to be watched going forward, you know, because if it can ever really break out of here, then you look left and it's got all sorts of room. Thank you. S&P mid cap 400. I know there's so many of those S&Ps. What's the market doing? I haven't really even paid attention, so we've got a little bit of disconnect. I mean, the Dow's down a little, SPY's up a little, tech is up a little, so a little disconnect. All right, there's GNMK. I know Real said this was on his watch list. A little bit choppy at the beginning in the 15-minute chart, but now this is another one making a brand new all-time high. That's why, you know, in my single stock window, you know, at a glance you can tell, you know, how strong a stock is. You know, right there when you see a big green bar all the way over, that means it's at the lifetime high. Obviously, it's going to be a 2-year high, etc. But this, you know, at a glance can give you a little bit of a clue about how well a stock is performing over the last little while, without actually even having to look at a chart. I don't know what you mean, Tony. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to trade the IPO when it opens. I don't understand when you say it's triggering next stock with high price I'm using. I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean triggering next stock? If your symbol list only has that one in it, I mean, I don't see how it can possibly trigger any other stock. Yeah, another one that just got halted. Yes, look at the volume that came in, 500,000 shares right here in that 2 minute. It's traded less than 1 million. So that is half the volume right here in that 2 minute candle. No, it's probably me doing something on my desk. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no explanation. If you only have it, like it's almost impossible. If you only have one stock in your symbol list, how can it be triggering another stock? Assuming you have done it correctly, symbol list and only the following list, and you're absolutely 100% sure that in that symbol list it only has that one stock. I mean, it's almost impossible, Tony, that it could be triggering taking another one. If that's happening, I can't help you. We'll really have to go to tech support. Well, again, okay, so when I say, again, the question is, when I talk about no resistance, okay? So when you look at SOS, I mean, at the point that, you know, it was alerted, this was an all-time high. All I'm doing is I'm just looking left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart, typically, okay? And I'm looking left to see where are the next highs. And I'm not saying the next high is absolutely is a resistance area, but I mean, it could be. In the case of SOS, when you look left, remember now, this stock was making, you know, it's pulled back, but it was making a new all-time high. So when you look left, there is no chart resistance because, you know, it's an all-time high. That's all. Well, I don't know. I mean, your trigger probably should be new. I mean, you've been doing this before, Tony. So what was your trigger before? I mean, I guess a new high, but what was your trigger before? I mean, you're doing something that, I've never seen anybody do. This is trading an IPO on the open, auto trading it, and it's obviously pretty risky, but I'm not sure. You have to have a trigger of some sort, and I don't know if you want to use a new high. I mean, I can't tell you, of course, what trigger to use. That's no insult. I am a momentum trader. Okay, well look at the topping tails here. Okay, SOS on a 15-minute chart. So what is that telling you? At one point, remember that was a green candle all the way up here, all the way up here, and then the sellers knocked it down to close it here. You start to see, a few topping tails like that in a row. Eventually, the buyers get tired of moving the price higher and they give up and they sort of cede control to the sellers. And that can be a clue, especially if you get a couple of them in a row, depending on the time frame too. And that could, eventually this is always a war, right, between buyers and sellers. Always a war, all day long. Buyers think they're right, sellers think they're right. And at some point, one faction just kind of gives up for a while and says, okay, you got it. So right now you can see, there's a huge topping tail. And, and then the buyers tried again and the sellers seem to be still in control. And the converse is true. You see a bunch of bottoming tails, and that is just the reverse. You see a bunch of bottoming tails. Like, these are not huge bottoming tails, but they are bottoming tails. So look at SOS right here. Bottoming tail. That means the sellers knocked it down, but the buyers closed it here. The sellers tried again. Buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again, but the buyers said were too strong. So for a time being, the seller said, you got it. That's almost a half hour. You got it. And then they, like guys like Real, look for these parabolic moves and then, look to short this. I would be doing more of this if I could pay a little more attention. I just can't pay attention. Meanwhile, look, this is going to be halted. GLMD, it wouldn't surprise me if this gets halted. GLMD, guys. Just waiting to see if this gets halted. And the same thing, I mean, this is so parabolic. Okay, one moment, please. Lost my Bluetooth connection again. Okay. All right, guys. Well, AMKR is a winner, I would say. A winner. 2185, 2237 now. Okay, so this is a very low float, 16. Look at all the volume that's coming in. Piling in, piling in, piling in. I don't see any news on it yet. There's got to be some news. I mean, there's 1 million shares right here. It hadn't really traded until then. So Tony, I don't know how to help you. I mean, it's up to you, of course, on a trigger, new high. I mean, if that's what you've been using before, I can't, for the life of me, if you've got a symbol list and only the one symbol list and you've correctly attached it, BMBL has not opened yet, I'm assuming. I haven't seen the price alert on it. So it hasn't opened yet. How you could have taken a trade and you only have that one symbol is, I have no idea. You're going to have to go to tech support. Sorry. So I guess it did not get halted. I'm surprised. I thought it might have gone up far enough in a short period of time, but evidently not. All right, guys, just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, this is still, so the drop, but this is still looking interesting if it gets back over 6, the GLMD. I mean, there's the war. Look at the bottoming tails now. The sellers tried, buyers close it here. Sellers tried again. The buyers tried. Well, this is a 2-minute candle, so it has another 3, 2, 1, 0. So now that candle is complete. Now let's see. Here's the key. Will this candle get above 6 and maybe keep going? However, look left. So what did it get to? Got up to 625. What's the high here? 629. What's the high here? 620. You see, I mean, I'm not saying this is absolute blocking it, but there's a lot of garbage around here, okay, for this to keep trying to move higher. A lot of what I call resistance. Okay, so here's a word about the AI and why I'm saying all the time, manage the exits on your own. So if you had allowed this to run in some kind of an auto fashion, look at Riot as an example, okay? So Riot 4311, okay? That was the alert. What did Riot get up to from that alert? Got all the way up to 4664. Look where the AI got out of the trade, 4379, just a little bit above the entry. As a trader, would you ever let that happen? If you would, then you're not a trader. Okay, you're doing it wrong. Look at Mara. The same thing. Mara is even worse. 39.25 on the alert. You got up to $41. You know, that's almost a $2 pop. Look where it exited. Exited where? At the buy. You can't let that happen. So that's why I'm saying, you know, if you want to try auto entering, but manage the exits on your own. Okay? Long means going, like buying a stock. In stock market vernacular, buying a stock means you're going long the position. Shorting the stock, hoping that when you get at a price that you're shorting it, you're hoping it goes down. Okay? You're hoping it goes down. When you buy a stock, you're hoping, of course, it goes up, and that's what they call a long position. Okay, guys, I want to do something here. Notice what happened. Okay, I wanted this to happen. I wanted to show you how this works. So remember the Curie. Remember I wanted to take this on a, no, I had a stop in place. So it stopped me out. Okay, and I had like $40, I was risking $40 on the trade, and it stopped me out. Now it has come back. So at this, well, because Holly doesn't know the absolute top interfaith. I mean, it's an algorithm in play, okay, in place. A lot of times what happens is there is an algorithm in place that recognizes it's starting to drop, and it will take you out what we call a profit save. Okay, but it doesn't know it's the absolute top. So, you know, can you get out right at the top of every Holly trade? Of course not. There's no algorithm in the world is going to know that. Okay, so I wonder, again, the Curie. So I just wanted to show you how that worked. It hit the stop, and it took me out of the trade. All right, this is in the simulator. As I want to do a couple of things here. I'm experimenting here. I want to take. Okay, now. Okay. I'm just using these hotkeys. I wanted to see somebody, one of our traders said that they tried to exit one and it picked them all. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't happening. Well, Holly does choose to exit, but how is Holly possibly going to know that that's the absolute high, right? Okay, so Holly does choose to exit. There's something called a profit save, and that's in essence kind of what happened with the riot. You know, it didn't get stopped out. It noted. All I'm saying is that for me, I would not have waited. You know, the algorithm that kicked in to get out of riot, to me would have been I would have got out of riot. I would have been taking some out of riot the very, very first time of that red candle and a topping tail. I would have probably taken some out right there. But it's an algorithm that kicks in. That's all. Meanwhile, let's see what else has happened. Anything interesting from the? Okay, guys. I mean, QTT. You know, I've said this before. I mean, I just don't like this area up here, so it may not be able to have a lot of room to run. Okay, guys, it is 11:37. I just want to confirm. I think it is Jamie in the room today. He'll be taking over the YouTube room, and I just want to confirm. Oops. Okay, it is, yes it is. So I'm going to put the link into the room if you want to head over there just around noon. I take my break at noon. Oops, never mind. I put the YouTube link in the YouTube room also, obviously. So again, if you want to head over there, Jamie will be there. He's one of the original, almost one of the original Trade Ideas employees. Meanwhile, GNMK making another strong move here after that pullback. Very rare. CKPT, did they released earnings? Did they really? Very rare. Where are they out of? Did you say they released earnings midday? I mean, that's very rare. You're right. Well, I mean, that might have been a short, but it is now popping higher again. CKPT is not a low float either, 52 million, so it's not a crazy low float. Now, what do you see when you look left on this monthly chart? So we're right at $5. So look left, 487, the high right there. 520, the high right there. 441, and the high over here is 511. So you can kind of see there could be a real struggle to really get through 5. I mean, I know it popped up to 538, but it pulled right back down quickly. So it could be a real struggle to maintain over 5. If it can get, I'm going to stick an alert at 523 and see if it takes that out, because then the next high looking left is over 6 on that monthly chart. Thank you, Shepard. Keeps the mind active, that's for sure. All right, I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. I better feed somebody in just a minute. Boy, this is an interesting one. PHIO beaten up pretty badly. Look, a lot of these that are trying to come back. So PHIO, I want to see if there's any news on them. I don't see any specific news. I'm just looking, checking my headlines. So what do we see here? So looking left on that weekly chart, 393. So you can see right there that, you know, there's that high of last week. All right, if it can somehow take out the high of last week, we had a high of 648 back in, looks like May of last year, okay? So if it can somehow take out 4, I'm going to stick an alert, you know, just put a price alert, 398, and see if it takes that out. If it takes that out, I mean, look at the room it's got. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. On the SOS. So again, I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news for PHIO. I don't see any. It's up 14%. Great volume. I mean, it's a very low float. It's going to trade the float easily today. 5.7 million in the float. It's traded 4.2 already, so it'll trade the float easily today. But I do not see any specific news on it. So it had many reverse splits and obviously Haste McDuck. Many reverse splits. Yeah, I do see that news from I do see it from a few days ago. I was just checking to see if there was something specific today. Guys, I mean, I'm somewhat interested in swinging this one, this ANKR, assuming it stays over 22 and closes near the high. You know, the fact that it was added to the S&P. I mean, that's the reason why it's moving today. S&P 400 mid cap. Boy, there were a lot of different S&Ps, but so I don't know how big that one is, but it's an all-time high now. AMKR seems to be in the right sector. You're making me look. It's probably sub penny. Yeah. So, Los, I mean, you're welcome to post, but you'll probably find no takers. This is not a room in which we look at stocks like this. I don't ban it or anything like that, but you're probably in the wrong room looking for a stock that's like 0.005 cents. Okay. Just to let you know. Meanwhile, look at this daily break for VNDA. Ah, this was an earnings play. Okay, I didn't see it. I mean, no reaction in pre-market really to earnings. I mean, just very spotty. Probably had not very much volume. They released earnings after hours yesterday. Sorry, they released after hours yesterday. Little bit of a reaction, but nothing fantastic. I mean, I got up to 16 something. Market opens. There's the pre-market. Really no inkling whatsoever that it was going to do something like this. Look at that volume that came in on that candle. Yeah, I don't have that up and running anymore, a boiler. I have to make a determination. I had too many scans, and I just had to eliminate that one. I'm getting a lot of the gap and goes here, and my momentum trades too. But these crypto plays are really, they're really challenging. I mean, I know I said yesterday Mara had about a $10 swing from the high to the low, and they came back. This is the high right here, 41 down to 37 and sinking. They're difficult intraday trades. You either have to just buy into crypto, take one of these, wide stop, and kind of hang on. If you want to do it. I'm not saying to do it, but it's just very, very, very hard to intraday trade in my opinion. Okay, so here is the crypto ETF, and it's actually not bad. I mean, it's just hanging tough. So the other two, Mara and Riot, they seem to be moving down certainly more than the ETF is. I almost hate calling these crypto. I mean, but they are. Cannot dispute the fact. I mean, people used to say, bring up Riot, here. Look at months and months and months and months it did nothing. And I really resisted even putting it on a chart. But, you cannot dispute the fact that in, 2.5 months, three and a half months, it's gone from 3 to 47. And it's followed crypto. Oh no, Chris. I did not put two and two together. I did not know that. Okay. There's so many Chris's in the room. I did not put that together. Okay, cool. We have about 10 Chris's in the room, I think. So now I see you. Okay. That's funny. All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it? It's 10:02. So I'm just waiting for Jamie will be in the YouTube room probably in about just before noon. All right. So I'll be taking my break then. Meanwhile, PAVM. Look at this one move. PAVM straight up on the 15s. It has been just a straight up move for PAVM. And if you look left here, 345 is the high. It's taking that out right now. I'm not saying to chase it, of course, and it doesn't trade options, so that's why it's not showing up on my option scanner. Look at it go. Just wanting to see, is there any specific news? It's not a low float either. I mean, 61 million in the float. This is not a low float. No action at all in the pre-market. It always amazes me, no action after hours, no action pre-market. So I always use the phrase, no inkling that this was going to happen. Now, our short patrol is probably all over this one. That's what I'll call it, the short patrol. Did I notice it? I don't think it showed up on any of my scanners. I know Real mentioned it, but that's another very tough intraday trader in my opinion. I traded it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. This is BRQS. I was thinking of the other one, which I can't remember. It starts with a B. And I think it even has a Q in there. See, I knew it had a B. I knew it had a Q. Yeah, I was thinking of B. I thought it was BSQ. Look at this. Look at they've done. So there's BRQS and then there's BSQR. But another one. I mean, it's another one that is got right to the top there. And it was shortable at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I've been asked about HVBTF. It's probably a pink shade stock, so I probably don't think too much about it. Okay, so if it's a pink shade stock, I don't look at the pink shades at all. But I will I'll put it up on the chart and see what it looks like. Yeah, it's a pink sheet stock. I have no feeling for these at all. All right, 283 million in the float. I see it. Now it's a Canadian stock, so does it trade on Toronto also? Is it co-listed, which makes a bit of a difference? Obviously, the high last month was 279-ish. And so, the all-time high looks around 530 or so. But so if it's co-listed on the Canadian exchange, then it makes a little bit of difference. It means it's maybe somewhat more of a legitimate company. My size doing a thing again. It's this every now and then. This one gets frisky. That's pretty frisky. Lot of volume. I mean, look at the volume that came in. I mean, there's only 675. It's all basically here. No action whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, boom. I don't think this is shortable. Let me just check that again. For me, I always should premise or follow that up. No, it is shortable. Now, this has room. It doesn't trade options, so it won't show up in the my option scan. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is around 222. But that's a big, and what did it get to? Got up to 2. This, this is another one that I've seen do this over and over and over again. Big pop. I have no idea what the news, why, and then just almost an instant drop. Well, they're all pump and dumps. You can say every single stock. I mean, I'm kidding a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of bingo. I mean, we've seen this many, many times. I can't tell you if it's a pump and dump. I can't tell you if what they're doing has any merit. Into gene mapping, okay. I mean, I don't know. I've never examined them like that. But you always, listen, anything with a low float, always have to be suspect. There's a reason why it's a low float. This one is not. Okay, so using a bad example, I mean, this is actually a, pretty sizable float, over a quarter of a billion. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Jamie should be showing up into the YouTube room any moment now. He just says he's streaming. You can probably hear me. Okay, guys, I'll stop my stream now. Example, I mean, this is actually a, pretty sizable float, over a quarter of a billion. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Jamie should be showing up into the YouTube room any moment now. He just says he's streaming. You can probably hear me. Okay, guys, I'll stop my stream now. Example, I mean, this is actually
Test, test, test. Test, test. Okay. Is my sound working now? Test 1 2, test 1 2. Good? Okay, thank you. I don't know why my mic was disabled, but yay, I think I fixed it. Okay, good deal. Alrighty, so before that, when I was rambling aimlessly to myself here, I was describing that NGAC over here is a SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. And what I was also saying is that, man, these things just keep coming. So a very good way to keep track of these guys is through the Blank Check Acquisition Company top list, which anybody can grab from the Blank Check channel over here. Ooh, that's a little too big there. Let me get rid of that. In any case, a great little list here. Of course, there are new ones that are always popping up. And this list is pointed to a special list that we've compiled called the Blank Check List. Of course, new ones are coming online all the time. So I was doing some scanning last night, and what I did is I just went in here and I just got rid of all the filters, right? I just want to see all the SPACs. Doesn't matter if they're up, down, sideways, brand new, whatever. So I removed all the filters. I'm going to stay pointed to the SPAC list. But what I started doing is this. I've noticed that if we take the score filter and just add it as a column, if I'm trying to find SPACs that just hit the scene so I can continue to track them, we're going to sort by the lowest number. Okay, so notice we have a really bad score. Notice when I click on this guy, notice the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This SPAC is only 6 days old. And we can see some type of range starting to form. So this is a very good way to develop a list and then just go through and set those price alerts. You know, for example, back when NGAC was still asleep, you know, we could see that it had a very nice open at 1041. They ran it all the way to 16, but for some reason it came all the way back down. Not really so much interested in that big wick there, but interested at this action that, you know, not even going to bother to count up how many days that is. But, you know, that's typically what I'm looking for in these SPACs because you can take very little risk if you decide you want to get long somewhere in here and set down here as a new all-time low in order to get you out. This is fortunately one that I took a position in our little in-house TI fund and waited and waited and waited and hoped that it would, you know, they would get a deal or it would perk up. And sure enough, a few days ago, they got a deal to take an electric vehicle company public in the service industry. So we're getting to enjoy this little uptrend here, and hopefully it'll stabilize and you know, have more upside. But this is a very cool way to go through and check out these SPACs that only have a limited lifespan thus far. And then you're going to find some like this TZAC. Okay, a couple of big days here, back down, flatlining, flatlining, and then boom, went up, came all the way back down, and then broke those lows and started going down. So, of course, most of these are going up, but I have found a few that are breaking to the downside. But if you notice, anytime you have that really low score, that's a great way to filter for SPACs that haven't been on the scene for very long. And then it's just about going through and finding the ones that are conducive, you know, saying, well, okay, this one kind of looks interesting because there was upside to it. Opened at 13.11, sold it all the way down. So, moving forward, this might be a good one to keep tabs on. Probably need a few more days in here. Maybe this is the bottom. Maybe it takes another leg down. But just a good way to find the younger ones and track them until they build up some type of discernible pattern. But most of these are pretty new. All right, so let me just check out the questions panel here. Heard anything about Bumble? It was supposed to IPO today. Haven't heard from that one. Does not ring a bell. Of course, it could be trading. Maybe there was a symbol. If I had to guess what the symbol would be, obviously that is not it. So if anybody's heard of Bumble trading, just spit that symbol out. I'll be happy to pull it up, but not one that I am familiar with at this point in time. All right, ladies and gents, we got a good crowd in here, so if you're sitting on a question, go ahead and pop it into the questions panel. Okay, Iris, I'm just backtracking to your question. You were asking me about the scanner that I was modifying last week. Yeah, I've been running that one in simulated mode. Let me find my Brokerage Plus here. Kind of give you the skinny on how it's been doing. Okay, so this Brokerage Plus right here is running this strategy here, high volume swing du jour. And I've been taking entries on this one since the 3rd. And here we are sitting on the 11th. So it's, been exiting positions since Tuesday, Wednesday, and today is the 3rd day of exiting positions. So you can see here, if I sort by time, let's see here, 5th, 1, 2, 3, doom, okay. So notice these are all 0 positions. These were all of the exits for today. Because if we check out the calendar here, bought on the 5th, and this is a 3-day hold, so we bought on the 5th, we hold 8, 9, and 10, and then we exit on the open today. Okay, so these are all the ones that were exited on the open today, and we can see that that is, once the odds maker updates, going to be a winning day once we sum up all these values over here. And if you're wondering, well, what kind of size did you have to be in to generate these types of profit and loss values? And if we pop on over here to the strategy, you can see it is active. If I right click and hit edit, and you can see here on my order details, we're only allocating $200 per position because we're in a lot of positions here. Currently in 26, but probably a couple of days ago I was up to 50. And as far as if I hide my zeroed out positions today and we look at entries today, it's been kind of a slow day for this ticker today. Only 3 entries so far today: OLB, ALYA, OESX. Down on OESX, up slightly on these two right here. But you have to ask yourself what's going to happen over the next 3 days. However, I will say this: the exits from the 3rd and the 4th did extremely well. I think my high as far as total P&L has been as high as 800 and change. And of the positions that were closed out, and I haven't added the ones from today, just from the first 2 days, we were looking at somewhere around $1,200. Of course, there is a little bit of market timing involved there. Since we've just kind of been cruising up here over the past 5-6 days, if I do run the back test, you'll be able to see when you're testing a strategy or going live in a strategy. Once this calculation gets done, you'll see the couple of days was just fortunate enough to capture here. Yeah, and this is the one that I'm talking about, Iris. This one here. This is also the one that I handed out in last Monday's office hours. So 3-day swing hold. And yes, that is correct, Sarah. This strategy is set up to start 15 minutes after the open. So we can see here, obviously the market opens at 8:30 since I'm in the Central Standard Time Zone. So we sit out the first 15 minutes and then we take positions until the close. Some days it's going to be a little bit busier, some days it's going to be a little slower, but that's just kind of part and parcel for any strategy. Odds maker taking its time here, so hopefully it'll be done in a second. And yes, it is the first occurrence of each symbol. Okay, real, I guess pretty good on that Bumble symbol. I just don't see anything up there yet. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to drop this in to the chat panel for those of you who want to play around with it and or just monitor it. There's that cloud link. All right, sure glad we're not in a hurry here because the odds maker is taking its sweet time. We're almost done here. And as you can see here, since 8:45, had quite a few symbols coming through. Of course, some of these are going to be repeated from prior days. So if I'm already in the position, it's not going to duplicate the position. So as far as unique signals that have come through thus far, there's only been 1, 2, and 3. OLB, ALYA, and OESX. And here's the back test. So if we look at the daily, you can see here, that was the 9th. Okay. So if we go back to the calendar, this was the first day of exits right here. And of course, when we pull up the plotter, you're going to see these were the trades that were entered on the 3rd. And over here, we can see it was a pretty good day, all winners. Not too bad for those exits either. So we've been on a nice little tear here. And what kind of captured my imagination about this strategy is obviously looking at the past 40 days, only 2 losing days in that cycle, 2 consecutive losing days, but 1, 2, 3, 4 losing days over the past 40 trading days. And there doesn't really seem to be a direct correlation between losing days in the market and when this strategy has its losing days. So, if we kind of focus on this guy right here, the biggest losing day back on December 30th, and we just kind of go back there and see, well, how bad would we have gotten beat up on that? We go back and find the 30th. Out of 14 trades, we only won 6. But still, the drawdown or the losing day was not that bad. $71 total, allocating $200 per position. And of course, losing days are part of the game. They're going to come. But this one going on a very nice run as of late. And if we do the same thing and max out the history, I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and leave that scan running in the background and we'll just take a peek once it's done, but don't want to have to sit here and bite my fingernails waiting for it to complete. So all in all, it is holding up well. Tomorrow's already Friday. Wow, this week has just kind of flown by. Hopefully, I've been getting my E-Trade account ready and getting money moved over there. So hopefully, things should be good to go by Friday or Monday of next week. And if things continue to hold up, well, then I'm going to put this strategy into live production and we'll see how it goes. When you put something into live production, the only things that you really have to worry about are your slippage values and did you get the fill? And so, been going through these and checking out some of the spreads as these trades are entered. And, going to have a pretty aggressive delta when I do launch this strategy. Don't really want to go market, but pretty aggressive delta of -9 or -12 should get the job done. But we never know until we take it live. All right, I think that one already completed here. Let's take a peek. Yeah, so here is the 64-day back test. Let's make sure I got that on there. Yep, 62 right now. And as you can see here, holds up pretty well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 losing days in the prior 64 trading days. And if we come over here, I think I mapped these out on last office hours. These were the losing days that are showing up down here. But when we look at the big down days in the market, say the 4th, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of correlation here between when the S&P has its big sell days and how that impacts the strategy's performance here. It looks like it more or less just has some blanks from time to time. But when this strategy does fire, it seems to be pretty productive. So we're going to keep monitoring it, hopefully take it live either probably next week, and we will continue to monitor moving forward. I tell you what, let's just take a look at some of the ones that work. Just some of the exact chart setups here. All right, let's take a look at CRTD. Okay, so this kind of gives you a little bit of an idea about what these patterns may or may not look like. I've seen these before and I've seen them from above, but not a bad little play right there. Butting up against this area of congestion or area that could have acted as or did, but at the time we don't know. This area might act as support. But then we get in here, we go 1, 2, 3 days, and then just happen to catch the gap up on the exit day, CRTD. Let's take a look at PSTI. All right, not exactly the same, but very similar as it comes down and butts up against this little area back here, which ended up acting as a bounce and a support level. So we enter here, 1 day, 2 day, 3 day hold, getting out at the next open here. And you might notice some of these have a little bit more in them. And that's always an option as a trader making exits on the following open. Maybe you want to stick exactly to the rule sets. And you just say, you know what, I'm getting out right on the open. Or maybe you see this thing running up a little bit in the open. And you go, you know what, maybe I'll peel out a half, use the low of today as a stop. This thing might have a little bit more left in it. So, just different ways to manage that risk. Same thing in CRTD. Let's take a look at this one that didn't perform too well. Okay. Once again, still butting up against areas that might act as support, and this one just kind of went sideways on us. No harm, no foul. So some interesting patterns, and basically that's all being derived from what I like about this is it's a rather simple filter set, and what you're seeing right here is going to be indicative of this position in 20-day range. It can be below it by 10%, but it can't be any more than past the 30th percentile, along with a little bit of 60-minute RSI, using basically what I like to refer to as a counter alert, getting quick bid movement down, and that way when I do go to automate this, hopefully my fills will be semi-decent since we're buying it on a pullback, so to speak. Minimal slippage. Alrighty, questions panel remains open. Well, I'm waiting for some questions to cycle through. Well, we were looking at the dregs of the score here. Let's see, some of these guys have already started to look like regular stocks that have had longer histories. And of course, they're going to be the higher scores. XO. Yeah, I guess that depends, you know. EXO coming down here to the 20 period SMA. It's getting beat down a little bit, which is what the running down now alert looks for. And that's just it. A lot of these look, you know, keep in mind, you know, what attracted me to this scan in the first place wasn't necessarily going through and looking at all the charts. It was the statistical output that generated the interest in this scan. I go back and look at the charts secondary, right? So EKSO does look quote unquote bad on the intraday. It's been getting hammered ever since it broke this little opening range here, right? But what's it going to look like after today and then 3 days and then the next open? You know, that is the, that's the goal here. Yeah, I do believe that is, as long as you can find high of day in the filter list, then it is doable. All the stocks coming through look like shorts. Well, depends. Is EXO going to keep going down here? Nobody knows, right? Maybe EXO finds support in this little area here. Also check out what it's doing at the 20 period, butting up also against the 10, right? So yeah, EKSO is poised, right? It's either going to bounce or it's going to continue. But the scan, which is based around statistical probability, is telling me that anything that comes through this ticker has a 60 some odd % chance of going up, right? So once again, let's not get statistical analysis confused with technical analysis. They can work in harmony sometimes, but that is the whole point of using statistical analysis to create statistically viable scans. And of course, there will be losers. And that's that is a good observation, Iris, because, if you're just looking at the daily activity, you're thinking to yourself, well, why would I want to buy this now? Well, because of what might happen here on the daily. We've had this blow off top. This is the third down day. Look over here. Look what happened to EKSO after 3 down days. 1, 2, 3. A little gyration up. Down, up. Now we're down 3 days again, butting up against the 20 period and a little area of what might act as support. So once again, not really too concerned about looking at these chart patterns as these signals come in. I'm just putting my faith in the statistical weight and what I've seen this strategy do in the past, which by no means is any guarantee of future success. But, we have to have some theory and we have to have good results, and so far, so good on this one. Nope. All that matters is when it comes through here, it's a trade. The first occurrence of each symbol. It's a long, it's a 3-day hold. It either works or it doesn't. So to help illustrate that, let's just look at EXO. Let's see. Okay, EXO. See, I was in this one from yesterday. Okay, notice the entry time there, 210. So it's repeating, which is good because one of the whole things, well, the heart of this strategy is the following. This relative volume right here. Relative volume of 4 or higher. And typically when one of these smaller dollar stocks shows up doing that type of volume, it doesn't just go away the next day. That's not to say that it cannot. But look at what XO is doing now. It was doing high relative volume yesterday. It's doing high relative volume again today. So that it's kind of the theory there is that these stocks are going to move one way or the other, hopefully in our direction, but the relative volume is going to be present. So if we go back to one of the entries from today, okay, LPTH, it's down right now. Notice it's coming down into this area that could act as support, right? So the statistical probability is really what I'm keying off of here. Sure, it's fun to go back and look at the charts and start to notice correlations, but this is pretty much a statistical scan, right? Where's my arrow on Oprah? Ah, there we go. Couldn't see it. Okay, so just want to point this one out. OPRA entry was on the 8th, which is this candle right here. Okay, so notice my buy signal was down here, right there. Okay, at 8 and 87. Now, at the time, you might have been thinking to yourself, well, this looks bad if we look at the intraday. All right, so that is the 8th. Let's just kind of go back here to the 8th. All right, so kind of looks like the one we were just looking at. Here is the 8th. Down, down, down. We get the spike down on 1 minute volume. Boom. And then over the next 3 days, 1, 2, 3, this one will be an exit for tomorrow. So same song, same dance, right? It looked bad at the time, but that was the time to get long because look what it did afterwards. The market is pulling back hard. Are you talking about the SPY, Iris? We're down 0.3%. So look at the daily up here. Yeah, we're pulling back, but unless we get through yesterday's low, I wouldn't really call that a hard pullback. You know, the market's a little soft today, but I wouldn't necessarily say, sound the alarm bells, because more than likely, unless some big volume comes in, maybe we hold here, maybe we come down to the tops here. But look at our relative volume on the SPY right now, 0.69. So yeah, we're pulling back a little bit, but like I said, I don't think it's anything to get too worried about just yet. Not liking that action right there on NGAC. How do I find a stock that is in consolidation period at this moment? Well, off the top of my head, I'd say we could always opt for the consolidation alert. Let me just hack up some of these filters real quick here that we won't need, and we'll explore that. We'll just change relative volume to 1. We'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of that. Okay, so for consolidation, If I can type. Yeah, there's an S in there. Okay, consolidation, we'll check this one off. Notice what I have over here. Values between 2 and 10. 10 would be of the highest quality. Okay, so not going to really put a value in this box, but what I will do is add a quality column. And now we should get some stocks coming through here that are consolidating. Okay, now we're also going to pay attention to the quality. So remember, 10 is the highest quality, so let's see what this guy looks like. Okay, definitely consolidating. It looks like it's not trading very much down here, but it's some kind of municipal fund or whatever. We got JNPR coming through, consolidating, but not the tightest consolidation on the intraday. Let's see here. Not really a whole lot of high value targets coming through at this point in time, but let's just take a peek at the history. NRK, that's that one. OSH, okay. When OSH came through about a minute ago, you can see here, it was consolidating here. Still is. Let's try to find some more higher value ones here to take a peek at. TXMD. And of course, I didn't put any volume filters on here, so we might get some thinner ones. Definitely a consolidation going on there. Of course, some are going to be a little bit more stretched out. Some are going to be tight. Ooh, BMBL's trading. Let's take a peek. All right, ladies and gents, there you go. Where'd we open? We opened at 76, currently all the way up to 77.43. Been open for, this is the second minute, I guess. So Bumble officially trading now. And I don't know what this one was priced at, but probably significantly below 70 something, I would assume. So Mike, your question, pullback without conviction, volume to the downside. I don't know if you were referring to that other strategy or something else. Okay, so I forgot who asked the question about consolidation here. Okay, so Tony, that's one way to use the consolidation alert to find things. Of course, there are always stocks that are consolidating, that are breaking out. Some take longer than others. If I were just to scroll through this list here, I would probably find some that were consolidating. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4. For about the first hour, ENLV was consolidating nicely on the 15-minute time frame here, and then it broke out. So new high is always good to use to try to find things that are breaking out of a consolidation. Then it all just boils down to the timing, because obviously they can't break that consolidation unless they pop a new high. So that's another way, more of a manual way to look for things that are breaking out of their consolidation versus things that are still consolidating. GLMD, here's a perfect example. Let's see, is that the first candle for today? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A good hour and a half of consolidation in GLMD before we had that pop here, and then this one got up and boogied pretty good. Yeah, SPY trying to short itself up here. Like I said, we can have low volume sell-offs, but typically need a little bit more oomph than that to get close to yesterday's low. But it really just looks like we're trying to take a little sideways action here. As long as we stay above this level here, then it's just building up steam for the next direction it would like to try. AUTL. Let me see if I'm already in that one. I think I'm in that one from, yep, the 9th. So 2 days ago, sitting in AUTL, currently at a loss. See, this is one that did not work, but this is going to happen sometimes, right? Got in here, sometimes you get the gap up, sometimes you get the gap down. That entry was made on the 9th. So those exits will be 1, 2, 3, the next Monday. However, friendly reminder, the market's not going to be open next Monday. It's President's Day, George Washington Day, whatever you want to call it. So just remember, markets are closed on Monday, so all of the exits from that day will default to the 16th. But as I was saying in office hours, you know, I've designed this for automation, and hopefully I'll get some good results out of it. But you know, anything that's designed for automation can also be manually traded. That's where you fold in your chart reading skills with the statistical viability. Because if we were to take this ticker and just analyze the symbols as they came out, you might like what you see on the chart in addition to the statistical viability that the scan produces. So that's another way to use these windows. You can use it from a manual perspective, knowing that you've got, you know, just taking anything on the first occurrence, you've got X percentage of winning. And then if you like, you know, if you see something that is really tight on the charts, coinciding with that, well then even better. Where is the options volume in trade ideas? Well, we've got a nice little family of options filters. Let me just pull up one of my options top list here. Okay. So, just the top list with all of the options filters displayed as columns. Got some very basic filtering in here. Min-max price, average daily volume, that's pretty much it. But then I've taken all of the options filters up here and just displayed them as columns. So we've got options volume today as a percentage compared to normal. Looking at all options volume, calls, puts combined. But keep in mind, normal options volume would have a value of 100. We look at our CMT. What am I showing here? It's doing 64 times the amount of options volumes as it normally does. If we divide 6,400 by 100, we get an X factor of 64. So lots and lots of options being traded. If we want to break that down into put, let's see. Put volume today, 4,412. Call volume today, 2,214. Put call ratio. Actually, options volume today is one of my favorites because you know where the action is. And where there's smoke, there's fire. If we look at the volume levels, they're being kicked out on our CMT today. I mean, if that's not a hearty relative volume number, I don't know what is. But typically when the stock and the options are both in play, you're going to see these huge volume levels as well. ADTX, only a meager 3 on the relative volume, but certainly a lot more options volume in play today. KT. Lots and lots of calls, not as many puts. A lot of people go, well, if there's more calls, then that means it's going to go up, right? Well, in the case of KT, we have noticed a little, upside action today. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because there's more call contracts being traded that something's going to go up, because somebody might be buying those calls, but if somebody's buying them, somebody's selling them, right? They think the opposite. So Edgardo, hopefully this points you in the right direction, and to find those options filters in an alert window or a top list, if we just come into the search field from configure and just type in option, then you'll see all the available options filters. A little peaked in the SPY. Will she hold? Same type of action on the Q. A little bit closer to that 10 period on the Qs. A little bit more of a gap here on the SPYs. Check back in on Bumble. Does anybody know what the offering price was on Bumble? Let's see here. I don't know if we'll have anything populating here yet. 1.8 billion. Don't see a price though. Let's see if the article says what the stock price was. Well, I keep seeing the value, the total value. They raised around 1.8 billion, but I don't see what it was priced at. Well, happy birthday, Bumble. You got a bouncing baby stock. But I bet if you really wanted to keep tabs on Bumble. 43. So definitely fits the definition of a hot IPO. 43, and we open at 76. Not bad if you got IPO shares. Of course, we all know where IPO shares typically go, and they go to institutions. Oh yeah, once the indications of interest come in and it's got a hot interest, they'll jack that price up even further and max it out. Little dirty secret of the brokerage world: if you're a small broker and you've got a book of clients, and you might say, hey, I've got indications of interest for 50,000 shares of Bumble, and you turn it into your guy, and on the day of the IPO, and everybody's getting their shares doled out to him, he's like, oh, well, you turned in an indication of interest for 50,000 shares. Well, here you go. You got 500 shares to disperse among your clients. That's typically the way it goes in the retail world, because institutions are the ones that get the lion's share of IPOs. And there's a certain amount of flipping that goes on, but it's typically frowned upon. Yeah, I hear you, Mike. It'll be interesting to set, just like the SPACs that have been emerging. Same song, same dance here. You can target the recent IPOs, not just in the SPAC world, and then monitor them as they put in their days. My kind of favorite number to start with is once it's got 10 days under its belt. Well, then I'll start the ones that look not so stretched out. I was talking about this the other day with some of the fellas on these flatlining IPOs, whether they're SPACs or just regular IPOs. You just go in and bracket them. Go back to the NGAC example. When it was doing its thing down here, you could set price alerts for the upside break or price alerts to the downside break. Because I haven't seen very many of them, but some of them break down and go down, while the majority of them are breaking up and going up. And until the market tells us different, that's probably what's going to continue to happen. All right, sleepy day in the market, slightly pink. It's kind of a lackluster day for Holly as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 stop outs. And none of these stop outs look like they would have been good trade arounds because we get stopped out roughly for $100. Still sitting. That's not a stop, but if we hadn't been, here is a good example of a trade around that never materialized. Once we see something get stopped out, we set a price alert in case it goes back up to that level. Well, guess what? Never did. So your price alert never gets triggered, and nice exit there because, well, once it broke that opening range there, it was sayonara. Stop loss coming into play there, losing only 100. If you would have held on to it, would have been a much bigger loss. But sometimes they'll hang out around the stop area and it'll act as a pivot point, and you can make an entry in hopes that it gets back up to the original signal or even higher. Some really good trades sometimes materialize in the form of trade arounds, just not seeing any good candidates today. On the same token, not really seeing a whole lot of spread between conservative and moderate spread today either. So between 1.0 and 2.0, just call it down probably about $80 if you're trading 100 share lots, whereas all of these values here are based around $100 risk per trade. Check in on this one more time. I don't think there have been any additional entries. Oh, we did have a couple more slide through there. Okay, so now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, these guys just slipping through since we've been talking. Okay, another entry in LPTH right about here, and CDTX. Of course, we can see over here on the intraday, this was the spike down. Continue to go a little bit more, but that's okay. And CDTX. Getting long right about here. Right here. Notice it was after the downturn here, which is looking similar to a lot of the other entries. Moving higher with an unusually strong options volume. Yeah, anytime you have movement higher or movement lower, for that matter of fact, with strong options volume, that's just another good quality to have in any trade. But yeah, this is actually the worst the blotter has looked since I started initiating trades on the 3rd, but it was to be expected because we got such good performance in the first 2-3 days of entries. You're thinking to yourself, well, surely it can't be this good all the time, and it's not. But as long as green is on the screen, then we're going to keep on testing. All right, did I miss any questions here? LPTH. Well, regarding your question about hold time, that is what this strategy is designed around. This strategy is designed for 3 days at the open. So if you make an entry today, let's just count it off on the calendar here. If you want to stick to the rules of the strategy, we're going to make an entry today. We're going to hold 3 full days. Of course, Monday's a holiday, so the 12th, the 16th, and the 17th. So it would be an exit. Well, let me count that up one more time. 1 full day. Close there. 2, 3. Yep. So the exits, if you make a trade today, would be on the 18th. 1 full day, 2 full days, 3 full days. Exit on the open on the 18th. So KR, I hope that answers your question. So it's 3 full days after the entry, and then the following open is the targeted exit. Any issues with E-Trade, time exit with auto trade if you experience it with your test? Good question. I'm still waiting on my E-Trade account to go live because I just funded it. So I have not been able to punch anything through live. But I will be testing this strategy out because, I will be flushing out bugs in the E-Trade build as well, which is the other side of the coin here. Seeing if everything works as it should, trying to get those bugs flushed out before we release it to everybody else. Little time check here. Ooh, wow. I thought we'd only burned up about 30 minutes, but it looks like we've only got 4 minutes till the top of the hour here before Barry comes on back here. Time flies. $12.24. I guess you were talking about the time there, KR? Always a pleasure, Mike. Always a pleasure. You take care as well. Wingstop. Well, chicken wings are always in season. And Wingstop, let's see, they just reported. Oh no, they report in 6 days. Wingstop as it cruises on to all-time highs there. Let's zoom out a little bit and look at the weekly on that one. Oh yeah. That didn't look half bad there actually. All right, KR, glad to hear it. No problem, you're welcome. And the semis have been going for quite some time. AMD has been teasing us for a while. It'll just barely poke out and come back down. Maybe we'll go up here and make another try. The old stalwart still got a ways to go. Thank you, Iris. Hope you have a good rest of the day. This is a little punchy today. A lot of these stocks doing really high relative volume, just kind of ebbing and flowing. That FANG, not a bad little move in that one today. Not a bad percentage move at all. All right, let's see where Barry is. All right, looks like Barry is starting his stream up now. So he'll be reclaiming the helm here. I want to thank everybody for popping in. Glad you guys are in attendance and hope you got something out of that. And we'll see you guys on the flip side. So hope you have a nice green day and we'll talk to you later.
You'll be brought to this page, and now all my scans are here. I decided to sort of take virtually all the stuff that I think people could be interested in, like the trade of the week, my recaps, all my scans, all the education. I created a home page for myself and put everything in there. So when you click on that, here are all my scans, okay? So it is the same as before, except it's just all in one tab. Okay? All right, guys. Just want to see you guys can hear me. In Ija, you're usually there. Can you hear me in the YouTube room before I start doing my video? I want to make sure the transition was smooth. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be doing my video. Let's see, I'll put 125. It should be sooner than that. Okay, thank you, Ija. Thank you. Can always count on you. All right, guys, putting myself on mute now, and I'll be back in, again, I don't think it'll be 125, should be earlier. All right, guys, I'm back, and I had all sorts of tech. I could not get the video done, so you probably saw me down here trying several times. I could not get the video done, so oh well. Something going on with my capture program. I might have to switch. Okay, so let me get my screens back up. Yeah, it's moving, and what's the market doing? You see, the problem with it for me, JB, is that it's tracking the market too closely. I mean, look what it's doing. Here, look at the 15-minute candle. Look at the SPY's 15-minute. A little more choppy, but it looks like it's tracking the market too closely. I'd rather see it kind of obviously trade more on its own. Now listen, if the market starts to move down and this keeps moving higher, I may be induced to taking it again. But I'd like to see it trade more on its own. Okay, Vanda, I see Vanda actually did appear on the options plays, and it's appearing here too. All right, so I have to put some price alerts for this AMKR. Well, I've got one up here. I think I'll stick one a little bit higher, 20, a little lower than that one, but higher, obviously, than the price, 22.19. And let's just see how it reacts. I mean, it's just tracking the market so closely. I mean, it's not exactly the same in terms of the bottoming tails and all, but okay, so this one, the Vanda, so I do see, yes, I know it appeared in my options. Looking left, 1898, looking left, 2043. So this is a candidate for sure. Look at the volume, extraordinary volume for it. It's an earnings play, so there should be activity. Post-market, released earnings after hours yesterday. So there should still be, volume should not just drift off to nothing. And the market is trying to make a little comeback here. Okay, so that alert was at 1933, which was basically right up here. I'm going to stick an alert for VNDA around 1937. See if it takes it out a little bit later. This was trading independent of the market. This is what we want. Because again, that's a 15-minute chart. Look what the SPY was doing. Look what it was doing. So that is an alpha stock. It's trading independent of what the market is doing. Why? It has some news relevant to it. It's an earnings play. So the reaction has been good. And that's what we're trying to find. Stocks kind of working independent of what the market is doing. Yeah, well, it will have to take this out. You know, I mean, we got a bunch of topping tails right around that area, right around that 930 area. So, I mean, if it takes that out, then it might still have a run in it. You know, it looks a little different on the 5-minute chart, kind of basing nicely. The other thing, you know, is we always talk about, I'd like to see if it's going to break through, we want to see some volume. You know, we want to see some putrid volume. Why is the alert so high? Which one are you talking about, Thomas? I should get rid of my announcement. There we go. Yeah, you're right. This one doesn't care what the market's doing. And Hua probably doesn't either. Look at Hua. I mean, this is interesting. What a base. What a base on the 15. Well, I'm just waiting for a break because, you know, until it breaks all those topping tails, it may not. I'm not in this for 10 cents or 20 cents. Okay, so yeah, am I giving up, 20 cents for it to, or 25 cents for it to get up there? Yes, but then I'm looking left, and it's got a ton of room that it could possibly move to. So, but that's the way I trade. Yeah, no, Razak, no, this is it is a trading question. So the question was from our YouTube room. Can I share my morning routine really quick? Okay, I'll be really quick. Just a beginner looking to learn. Okay, so these are the scans that I use. And so from my homepage, I'll pop it in to the YouTube room also. So there's my homepage. So I click on, here's my homepage tab in this trading room. I click on that. And I go to my scans. So these are the 4 scans that I predominantly look at in the pre-market. The gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. So this is what I'm looking at, okay? And I can sort them in different ways, especially, well, these are top lists. These 2 are top lists. So let me bring up the top list because it's easier for me to maybe demonstrate. Just got to find you. Okay, pre-market actives up as an example. So this is my routine. So the obvious thing to do is, I have all these columns up here. Now you can sort on any one of these columns. So the obvious thing to do is to start your sort on the change from the close. That'll show you the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Those are probably going to be the most interesting. So that's the first thing I do, all right? I click on the alert. I check to see, okay, is there any reason why this stock is up, as an example, okay? And I'm always checking. It could be an earnings play. In this particular case, it was. It also had some news. I will check the news, to see if there's also some news. So for instance, if a stock is up and it's not an earnings play, then I'm always going to check the news to see, if there's any perceived reason why this stock is up. And I use that term loosely because, a lot of people say, well, there's no reason why a stock should be up 100% based on that news. Doesn't really matter what we think. It's happened, and that's the perception. So that's my routine. I'm taking a look at stocks that are up the most to begin with, and then checking to see, is there some news associated with it? And then I kind of make a determination, that news looks pretty interesting. This could be active all day. Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2 is next, because yes, I'm seeing the stocks that are up the most, but there could be some stock that's only up, 8%, okay? that could be interesting if I do, say, a scan on the float. And if I find some very low float situations. Okay, so I've just sorted on that, and maybe I will see one that I didn't see because maybe it's not up the most, but it's still up significantly, and I'll take a look and see, okay, yeah, that might be interesting. The same with the short float percent. We're looking at this a lot now too. You know, the high short float percent. And then this one is a really interesting one to use pre-market, volume to day percent. I do not use this one once the market opens. Man, I'm having not YouTube, but Bluetooth connection issues. Let me just a second here. Okay, back. So, this is a really interesting one to use pre-market, the volume to day percent. So, if I scan on this, now this is going to really look skewed, okay, right now. But let's just say I saw something that was at 50%. It said 50%. So what is that telling me? That's telling me, remember, I'm looking in the pre-market. That's telling me that a stock has already done 50% of what it has normally done over the last 10 days. Okay, and it's already done it in the pre-market. So that can be very significant. So those are so the obvious one again, the change from the close, start off there. Then I'll look at the two floats, and then I'll look at the volume to day percent. So that is my routine. And I've been doing that for years. The same routine for years. So hopefully that kind of helps. So all you have to do then is, you know, those four scans, the gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down, you can start taking a look at those in the pre-market. You know, guys, I'm going to change my headset just because I do have this marketing meeting at 2 and I don't want to lose it. I don't want to have a Bluetooth connection lose. So I am going to change my headset. Just a moment, please. All right. Yeah, and kind of the fun part of it also is when you see, if it's not an earnings play, but even if it's an earnings play, the fun part is sort of trying to do, I guess I'll call it pseudo analysis on the news, because that's what it's really all about. You know, I mean, when you see the news, you start to have to think, is this really significant? Do I really think this is going to be significant for the balance of the day? You know, and that's very subjective, of course. And especially when you get into these really low float situations, you know, then it can be a little more difficult because anything can happen. I mean, look at this one. I mean, RCMT earnings play got all the way up here, 12.43, and it's dropped, what, $5.50. All right, market is starting to move, guys. We're starting to have a little bit of a recovery. When I say recovery, what I'm looking for is to see if it can get above the high, this high right up here. That's kind of where it started. I mean, we had 30 minutes, a little bit of a downtrend, but you know, there was really no clue this was going to happen. So let's just see if we can take that out and then move higher again. No. Joseph, no, we cannot do that. I'll just answer your question really, really quickly. We cannot do something like that. But welcome, welcome, Joseph. Boy, look how whippy these are. Look at Riot, guys. I mean, up, big V shape, boom. I mean, very, very whippy. Yeah, I wish I could have said yes to you, Joseph, but I what we don't do well at as in terms of scanning is relationships intraday to highs and lows of candles and volume bars and things like that. That's not what this is designed for. So yeah, I don't know about Vanda. I mean, Vanda looks kind of lost to me right now. VNDA looks kind of lost to me. It's pretty erratic. The only way, no, same thing, Joseph. We can't do that. Hopefully, you're going to ask me a question where I'm going to say yes, we can do that. Well, I'm going to keep watching AMKR to see if it has a break later on. Not doing too badly, but again, I think it's really following the SPY pretty closely, which is not what I want to see. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Son of a gun. I was on mute. No, I was on mute. That was my fault. So what I was going to say about the CGIX is that they did a financing. First of all, I mean, this was a real tough one yesterday. It got all the way up to 748, got cut in half. Here's where it closed. Then they announced a financing, and the financing's at 635. Didn't quite get down there, but it is bouncing off that financing pretty nicely. CGIX. Okay, well, I see. I mean, AMKR, it is moving. It is moving, but it's moving right with the SPY. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing, you know, when a stock moves with the SPY. Don't get me wrong, but the problem I got is that what happens if this just stalls and all of a sudden we get another big red candle? Well, look at this. Look at that pop. CGIX, it's really reacting well to that financing. I mean, that's a big move. 7 to 750 on that 5-minute candle. Another bottoming tail, Chris. Another bottoming tail down here. I don't think this is quite the same though. Joseph, you can send an email to info at, and because it may be something that I can't answer, okay, but one of the other traders could. So if you send an email, just a general email to info@trade-ideas.com, we all see it, okay? You think it's believable? Because there are a lot of different traders that, I mean, I'm the one who does the moderation of the trading rooms, Joseph, but we have other traders and, they may look at that email and be able to help, whereas I may not be able to. So, well, hotkeys. I mean, okay, these are hotkeys within Brokerage Plus, okay, where you can flatten, get out of your trade, half your trade, double your trade. But you can do things like this, which is not quite hot trading, but I mean it's very, very close. You can set up your own buying and shorting, what we call one-click trading. So that's like one-click trading, and you can set up how you want to trade it. And how to do that, I will instruct you to watch this video. Okay, FXB, if you watch this video, this is going to show you how you can do things like this. Set up, how you want to trade it. So, to me, that's, I mean, is it just clicking a button? Not exactly, but it's pretty darn close. And it's a long video, okay? And just look at the, right now, the only one you can do this with is with Interactive Brokers. I don't even want to talk about anything else when others could be. Oh my gosh, look at, well, I don't know what to make of this, but this is a big pop for Vanda, but it's pretty whippy, guys. It's very whippy. I mean, what did that go from? It went from 1850 to 1940, almost a $1 move in a heartbeat on that volume, and now it's coming down again. I just have to leave something like this alone. It's just too whippy. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. One of the reasons why you use higher time frames in charting is usually to get rid of the whip that you see on the 1-minute and 2-minute charts. The up and down action. But when you start to see topping tails and bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart, it's just hard to establish a trend. Now, at some point, that might disappear. But right now, it's very choppy. All right, guys. So I'm just noticing now a little red candle here. I mean, I'm fixated on this AMKR. It is. It is moving from the option scan. So, I mean, that would have been a better pullback play, of course, but today's just a day in which, for what I look at, I didn't see a lot of great trend opportunities. I know they were out there. Somebody's going to say, yeah, but what about this one? I get it. But, from what I look at, well, hopefully this marketing meeting goes on for a while. This is kind of deadly right here for me. All right, guys. Well, I have no alerts coming in, so all I'm really doing is taking a look at some of the ones that I have thumbnailed to see if there's anything interesting happening, which I don't really see. So, look how choppy these are. So we get the alert at 347. Yeah, it pops up right down. Yeah, I remember FINV. Yeah, one of the China fins. I don't know what it's doing today. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Pretty good. I saw this in the pre-market. talked about this one, maybe being, if you look at FUTU, but look at FUTU, this is a China fin, and the other one was Tiger. So when we saw Tiger, had a tremendous move, and you look at FINV, which is another China fin, really lagged. But yeah, today it's having a pretty good day compared to the other two. Sometimes, guys, you just have to sit in your hands. If you don't get, don't get, you can get bored trading. Getting bored trading is fine, but don't get anxious and feel you have to get into a trade. Have to. And so you start trying to manage or make something happen that's not there. Speaking of which, look at DOYU. An all-time high now, DOYU. What a run it's been on for the last month and a half. Almost a double from 10. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Doyu, wow, nice break actually in the 15s. IFMK, you guys are talking obviously on a short. Yeah, wow, nice top there, guys. Look, I mean, guys, look how choppy that Vanda was. I'm sure a lot of people got, when I say a lot of people, I don't mean, well, maybe people in the room, but look at that move, right? And on volume. I mean, it happened on volume. It wasn't like a little move, a big move on no volume. And then look what happened right after that. Another one moving down, RCMT. Boy, what a short that was. I mean, way up here at 1257. You guys have been talking about HYLN. I see somebody else in the YouTube room is talking about. I know guys have been talking about it. HYLN. I guess they made an announcement about one of their vehicles. Is that correct? Again, I look at it. On the daily chart, very choppy. Very news driven right now. I mean, obviously a lot of news coming in, lots of volume. But it's been in disarray, from this was a SPAC, and it had a great start, way up to 45, but I mean, can't get out of its way. So, I mean, this might be news today, and whether this propels it onwards and upwards is so hard to tell. Almost got there, Chris. There's the bottom. $7. Almost got there, and it might still. The CGIX. All right, guys, so it is 1:56, so in fact almost 1:57, so this marketing meeting will start at 2 o'clock. I will be putting myself on mute, still be in the room. I can answer questions text-wise. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now and put the announcement in. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, when I was in that meeting, look at this CLBS. Amazing out of nowhere, some of these things. I mean, I'm sure I have no idea what the news is, but all of a sudden it just popped. 224, almost up to 3. Got halted, of course. And I did see the ACEV did show up. It was pretty whippy. Did show up in our option scan. And it's trying to come back now. Let's see if it takes this out and just start. I mean, there's no real resistance. I mean, there's the high today. Looking left, the next, well, I guess you could say 13. 13, that's the next high looking left. So it's not quite an all-time high. Let me back this. So I have a feeling I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this is a symbol name change or what's going on. Or is this a SPAC? It's a SPAC. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize this was a SPAC. I thought it was... Okay. That's why it's a little bit crazy. Well... I mean, these can be so whippy. Let's take a look again. Looking left, $13. But I mean, what a move. Who are they looking to take over? Yeah, okay, bunch of lawyers suing them. Okay. Okay, merger with Ace Convergence. Oh, that's them. Okay, sorry. Acronix to list on NASDAQ via merger with Ace Convergence. I don't know what Acronix is. Is it it looks like it must be a bio of some sort. Just a minute, please. Man, look at it go. I mean, it got all the way up here. I mean, it's pulling back. I mean, I don't really like these SPACs in the option play, but can't dispute the fact that after the pullback, this just zipped off that 1232, got up to what, 1279. Just got to be quick. Zero. Zero boiler. So looking at the market here, I mean, we had a little pop, but now we're starting to drop. We have a little green bar ignored in the SPY. Interesting to see what that next 15-minute candle will do. Another 8 minutes or so for that one to close. Boy, this Highland, I mean, how whippy is this also? I mean, the HYLN, so it got up to what, 1846, all the way down to 1749 or 1775, I guess. Popping again. This is, of course, a news story. After unveiling next generation battery module. I know that was posted in the room earlier. Wow, another new high just popping here. Well, okay. I mean, listen, if it can get tomorrow, if it can break out over 20, that level, I mean, then it's got some room, a lot of room. Well, let's see what happens with this one tomorrow. Can it maintain its gains? Or is this going to just be a one-day wonder? All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end. I'm just going to put the announcement in. So if you have any questions for me, now's a good time. And just one last recap. HYLN, guys, more new highs. So again, from my homepage, right here, homepage tab right here within the trading room, click on that. And lots of information, including how you can take out a subscription, 15% off, 15. You know why I say that all the time? A couple of people say, you said 50% off. So anyway, it's 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do my recap here. You can click, and unfortunately I had another technical issue trying to get it saved, so no recap today. Scans, all my scans that I'm sharing. Again, if you're interested in what I use in the pre-market, gap up shared and down, gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. And then, of course, lots of education right here. 20 lessons in 20 days, the support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Free trading room core daily webinars. There is one today, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. And educational videos, and I'm trying to race through this because HYLN is just over and over and over. I have this one text to voice. Wow. And trading ebooks. That is one big wow on that HYLN. And, I thought it was halted. Wow, really interesting. I'm going to stick an alert up here. See if it takes it out tomorrow. That's about $20. You can just kind of see if it takes it out. I mean, then it has a shot to start filling in this area. These were simulated trades, Ken. Okay. I actually wanted to see if there was a bug. These are not my trades. These were in the simulator. So I took a bunch of trades at once, and I wanted to flatten them all at once to see if that was working. That's all. I should get rid of that. Hey, I guess if you look at that, you think, wow. No, but again, these were just quick tests that I did to see whether or not the functionality was actually there. And Ken, when you say you just found Trade Ideas, are you talking about you just subscribed? Or you just found the room? Do you have a subscription to Trade Ideas? Reason I ask is if you do, I can give you a link that probably is going to help you. You know, some just basic. Yeah, so we're a scanner, of course, and you can build your own scanners to generate your own ideas. You know, so this is not a room where I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell. What I'll do is I'll just pop this link in. I'm assuming you're not a subscriber. I'll just pop this link in. You can kind of see what the basic features are. 20 short lessons, all right? And they're all text. It's very easy to go through. How do you set up a 5-day range scanner? A 5-day range scanner. So, like, what are you looking for? Like the high of the 5 days, or I mean, we have a position in 5-day range, I think. Let's make sure. Yeah, so we have a position in 5 days. I mean, I don't know if that's going to help you. You can add the filter. So if you want it to be right near the high on a percentage basis, you know, you could put a minimum of 90% or something like that. If that's what I don't know what you're looking for. Well, one of the things, Ken, this is a free room, so you can always pop in to see how we use trade ideas. Okay. Oh, guys, this could be really interesting tomorrow if it has any sort of follow through. HYLN. Too bad, you know. Look at this. I mean, the option volume today is 169,000. It's not showing up in my scanner because this needs to be 500%. Otherwise, this would have showed up earlier. I know people are going to say, well, why don't you just reduce your filter? Well, I could do that, but I might get a lot of other ones I don't want to see. So it's always a trade-off. So, Sal, I don't know if I've answered your question or not. You know, we have a 5-day range. All right, guys, a late bloomer here, the CLBS from the option scan. And, well, look left. I mean, it's got room. I don't know what it's going to do. 490. I mean, there's the high looking left. It's $5. I'd like to see it take out 3, though. I'd like to see it rest a little bit and then burst through 3. Boy. Again, guys, it's always that game right around that whole number. All right, guys, it's starting to go through that whole number. Lots of action. 10 million shares. I mean, that just came out of nowhere. It started at, what time was that? 2:18. Before that, there was no volume. Zero. I mean, there was a little bit of volume, but the majority of this volume has happened just in the within 45 minutes. Okay, so if you're looking for a trending down, okay, 5-day trend down. So position in the 5-day range, all right? So you could say, if you put a max here, okay, so that's going to restrict it, okay? So that, in other words, that'll be near the low of the 5-day range. Now, you'll have to experiment. I don't have anything like ready-made, But let's just say you put 10 in here, 10 max. That means it's going to be within 10% of the low of 5 days. And it'll be up to you to figure it out, should it be 5%, should it be 15%? And then, so that'll make sure that it's at the near the low or 95, it could be, or sorry, 5. So within 5% of the low. And then construct your other filters. Maybe you want a price range, maybe you want a minimum volume, and then maybe make a new 5-minute high as your alert or something like that, or a new high of the day as your alert. Probably a new high of the day. So you're near the low of 5 days, but it's making a new high. Does that make sense? So the key one here is right here, the max. And only you will be able to tell, what number to use. And because you're going to get some alerts and you're going to say, yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Okay? Meanwhile, HYLN may take out 20 today. So this is your story stock, guys. Story stock doesn't care what the market's doing. All it cares about is the story it had today. It does? Good. I'm glad, Sal. Good. I always like to see a yes with an exclamation mark. It's funny because this is going to show up in the option scanner probably, well, first of all, it has to take out the high. So it'll have to get up to at least 1958. Look how the option volume is increasing. Percent. Hey, who knows? It might alert when it hits 20 if it hits 20. But this is the biggest day it's had in a long time. Look at this. Look at this. 26 million shares. Let's back it out. Well, that is probably the biggest day. No, that's the biggest day it's ever had. And so that is I don't know if it's a super overreaction to the news, but that is the biggest day it's ever had, including the day that it started trading as HYLN. Amazing. Look at that. So this might be a multiple day move. Now, again, that's not a recommendation to, swing it or anything like that, but can't dispute the fact that this volume is huge compared to what it's been. Well, I wouldn't call it scalping. Depends what you mean by scalping, Ken. Some people think intraday trading is scalping, but if I had got into HYLN at 15 and took it out at 20, that's an intraday trade of $5. I don't think that's a scalp, but some people think intraday trading is scalping. So anyway, no, there are lots of traders. We have another trading room also. This is the main room. You're in a YouTube room, nothing wrong with it. But if you want a lot more interaction with other traders and other trading styles, you can come over to this room, okay? So we have all sorts of different trading styles. It's not just me. I don't tell anybody to, take anything or, we talk about ideas. I will say things like, well, If a stock hits this area, I'm going to be very interested in it, but I'm not going to say, and you should be too. Okay. Well, I don't know if it's good, Boiler. I mean, you know, from here, if not the pre-market active. So I don't know what you. I mean, obviously, this is what I shouldn't say obviously, but this is what I use. You know, I mean, I use the gap up and down shared, and my pre-market actives up and down. Gap up and down shares. These are giving me real time alerts when a stock makes a new high or a new low in the pre-market. Whether you think that's good or not, I don't know, but that's what I use. And I don't have any post-market scans. We have a post-market channel. You know, you can take a look at that. I don't have a post-market scan though. But if you click on new from the channel bar, and then all the way down here, after hours. So you can click on that. Thank you, Goods. I didn't notice you in the room. You're a funny man on my pump. Yeah, the next test drive hopefully will be sometime in April. The next test drive, meaning for 2 weeks, you'll have access for two trading weeks, 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full program. The last ones have all been for $8.99. I don't see us having a big change, but it won't be for a while. However, you can always sign up for it here and you'll be notified when it starts. Okay, the next test drive, there's a link. Okay, and again, it should be sometime in April. Got a few things that we have to do before we can have a test drive, so. Yeah, it's a little more active in disguise, okay? It's a little more active in here. More traders. All right, guys, it's almost getting close to the end of the day for me in the room. So are there any other last minute questions? Definitely going to keep an eye on Highland tomorrow. You know, can it hold its big gain today? I mean, it's up 23%, $3, 370. Can it hold its gain today and then continue based on that news? Yes, just one moment, please. All right, so GFS, yeah, right here, there, guys. This could take out 20 today. How exciting is that? My homepage, okay, right there. Hopefully you can see that link or that tab in the trading room. Here's my homepage right there. When you click on it, this is what you'll see. And here are my scans. Click here for my scans. I have a momentum up and a momentum down, okay? One big wow, guys. This is amazing now. I mean, look at this. I mean, I thought maybe tomorrow it might take out 20, but I mean, this is a time when, news does matter. And again, it doesn't matter what we think about this. If it's a bunch of fluff, it really doesn't matter. Right now, the market thinks, well, that's pretty good. Right now. Will it hold? I'm going to tell you guys, I didn't tell you, I actually scalped this one for a pittance way back while I was in that marketing meeting. An absolute pittance. And remember, well, actually, look, guys, remember I said it would show up here because the option volume percent now, it's 5.4 times normal, 546%. So even there at 1976, gave a great alert. Even there, thinking, a lot of people think, well, how can you possibly get into something that looks so extended? Well, this doesn't lie. Now, is it ideal? No. I mean, you don't want to chase something that is so extended, but this has just got a lot of news behind it. And, it's not a super high float, 89 million. It's certainly not low. All right, guys, 3 o'clock. I'm out of here. Well, it turned out to be at the very end anyway, a very exciting day. So keep an eye on this one for tomorrow, guys. And, watch the after hours action too. I mean, it may just keep ramping. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope everybody has a great evening. Let me just change my day to Friday on the exit. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.